Hello, everyone. I see we've already got lots of folks in chat, which is great to see. We have up today's voted on puzzle, which is Glyphs number 5 by Demosisos. I think it's Demosisos 92. I don't believe I've done a puzzle by them before. I think this might be the first. But this puzzle was recommended by a turbine. So that is exciting. And then voted on. Yes, recommended by Turbine Nordy. And then this is the most voted on puzzle. So all sorts of ways to sort of get involved. If you did not know, the people who support the channel at various levels, they get to either recommend puzzles or vote on puzzles or all those sorts of things. So anyway, we're doing the most voted on puzzle. I suspect it's going to turn out that these cells do not add up to 12, but we'll find out. Announcements first. First announcement. It is Tristan and I's 14th anniversary today, so happy anniversary, honey. Much appreciated. I am very, very happy to have him in my life, so I am very happy about that. Also, I finished, I believe, a new puzzle yesterday after working on it for a while. I'm quite happy with it. What's going on? I see. Anyway, you can look forward to that. I think it should be posted on LMD later today. I had one person test it so far, and they didn't have any problems, but I'll wait, as usual, until I have at least one more person finish testing it before I publish it. But it is a Sudoku Coral hybrid of sorts. The puzzle took much longer than it otherwise would have because I tried very hard to make it a Sudoku Shikona hybrid, as I am wont to do, and did not quite succeed. But anyway, I think those of you who like, particularly, I feel like this feels like an old school Zeta puzzle. Those of you who like old school Zeta puzzles, I think you will like this one when it comes out. Alrighty. I think that's it for announcements. I guess I should also say we'll have stream as normal on Wednesday. And then on Thursday, Tristan and I are moving to the new house. So Friday, there will not be a stream. But then maybe by Sunday, there will be a stream. So that is the plan. So we might just miss one stream, I think is the hope. But Friday, there definitely won't be a stream, unless you want a stream of movers running around carrying boxes all over our new house. But then Sunday, hopefully, we'll be ready. If not, apologies, and we'll certainly be ready by the Wednesday after that. We have a donation from David to many more wonderful years of joy, happiness, adventure streams, and new chapters, a brand new house. Happy, wonderful anniversary. Thank you so much, David. Donates $14 for our 14th anniversary. Thank you so much. Let me give you a donation dance. Boop 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 doop boop 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 woohoo! Ba-doop-a-doop boop boop ba-doop-a-doop boop boop ba-doop-a-doop boop boop woohoo! Wow! Wee! Whoa! Thank you so much, David. Greatly appreciated. Apparently today we don't have drunk fanfare anymore.
Thank you, David.
Alrighty. Let us dive into this puzzle. So as I said previously, this puzzle was recommended by Turbine Nordy. So people who donate at the Turbine level can recommend puzzles, but then people at the Windmill level who support the channel can vote on puzzles. So this is in a massive tie, actually, for most solved puzzle. Only Tristan would know if this was solved by Simon, because Tristan saw the solve count when Tristan loaded this up on my computer. So Tristan can say whether it was solved by Simon or not. Math Pesto says it was. But I think voters tend to like puzzles that they have either done or seen someone else do. So I think it's pretty common that the first puzzle I start with each day is either a puzzle that is a non-Sudoku that my non-Sudoku contingent likes, that they've all done, or a puzzle that Simon has solved. So I think the Sudokus that show up tend most often to be Sudoku puzzles that have been solved by Simon. Not universally, but I think if you look at the trend, that is what tends to happen. So anyway, so the people who voted for this puzzle include Neverio, Nordy, Ken, Luda, Russ, Math Pesto, and David. So I saw many of you in chat, so thank you so much to all of you for your support. And let's see what we can do with this puzzle. So we need to draw a single line connecting 29 different cells in the grid that starts and ends with the two tips shown in the grid. The line can reach a cell in the border of the grid only at the start or the end of its path. Okay, so the line's not allowed to go in any of these cells, is what I am being told. And yeah, we need to count to 29. That's going to be an adventure. The line cannot intersect itself and cannot branch. No 2x2 in the grid can be entirely covered by line or entirely not reached. Adjacent digits on the line must be consecutive. And in cages, the digits on the line sum to the cage total. It's going to be really weird because it's going to mean we're going to have to visit like a whole bunch of cells in this ring, even though we're not doing any of these. So we need to pick a bet tree. I'm going to pick something like down here. That's definitely not on the line. We'll see how it goes. If anyone has done this and can give me a recommended bet tree, I will take it. But this puzzle is old enough that I'm going to guess that even if people did do it, they probably don't remember. But I do agree with chat that this digit's a 2 because it has to be consecutive with a 1. And now the line is clearly allowed to move diagonally because it moves diagonally here. So one of these two digits is definitely the 3 because it can't be the 1 again. Oh, that's right. We get to do the dance. Sorry, Zach. I got so lost in the counting to 3 that did this. Let us give you your 2 dance. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I do agree with Sarah that because every 2x2 is visited and these 3 cells are not, this cell definitely is visited. And we know what that visit is going to look like. And exactly the same thing is true down here. That this corner needs to be visited because otherwise we'd have an unvisited 2x2. Now, any way we do this, we need... Oh, it can go diagonally. Right. Right. The 3 could go here. But there's still also going to be a 4 in here. I was thinking because of the 4 needing to be in here, the 3 couldn't go here, but the line could do that, sort of like zippy-doo. But we need a 4 in here because we need the digits to sum to 10. And if we've got a 1, 2, and a 3... Oh, the corners are wrong. Right. I know. So what I know is I know these have to be visited, but I don't know what it looks like. Is the thing I have to I have to keep in mind, because the point is it could do something like this. Oh Lord, I'm not going to get this right by the end of this puzzle. But fortunately, I have you all to make sure I don't screw it up too badly. Because of the fact that it can go diagonally. Let's see. So we've got our 3 and our 4 over here. Got a 20 here. Well, I know this line doesn't go up from here because these two cells don't sum to 20. This is, of course, 6 or 8. Now, if this was 8, that wouldn't actually work, is what Martin is pointing out. Because if this was an 8, then I would not yet be at a total of 20. Oh, it can come in and out of boxes? Is that true? Is it really allowed to come in and out of boxes? It can't come... Well, it's a 4 regardless of whether it comes in and out of this box or not. But I think it's true, actually. This could go 7, 8, and then sort of leave the box and come back into the box. So I don't think the deduction that this has to be a 6 is correct, unfortunately. But right, it could leave the box. So I think both Martin and I's deductions are wrong, because I think we were both assuming it could not enter and come back. But I think it can leave and come back. This is fascinating as a rule set. Now, this 9 is going to be really, really hard. Because 9 is a very small number. So at most 3 cells in this box are visited. It's going to be really hard to not visit this cell. Because if I hypothesize not this cell, then that forces both of these cells to be visited. Oh, but I could do that as just a sort of like diagonal bounce like that. Never mind, that actually is possible. Sadly. Let's see. Garion says the loop can't visit here, which sounds plausible, because if the loop goes down here, it's at least 7, 6, 5, which is 18. Just from these 3 cells. Sorry, the loop at least can't go down from here. Right, and if the loop can't go down from here, it certainly can't visit the cell at all, because that's the end. All right, I can sort of circle these just so we don't forget. Those are the ends of the loop. See, if the loop comes here, then the sum of these is at least 18, but now I've got to sort of take one of those cells in order to get out of the box, and that's never going to work. So the loop does not do that. And if the loop doesn't come down here, the loop can't visit here, because, again, sort of what I'm using here is the loop definitely doesn't visit this tail. So that cell's definitely not visited. Now, the thing that other people in chat are suggesting is the loop actually can't stay in this box entirely and get to 20. Because if I sum 3 consecutive digits, it always brings me to a multiple of 3, which 20 isn't. So I actually need to leave the box now, because if I don't... Oh, no, not necessarily. Sorry, I could come here and then glance through here, and that would be okay. So I do know this cell's visited, because otherwise this 2x2 is unvisited. But I think there are options about exactly how that happens. That I don't yet fully appreciate. Actually, I think we can probably prove the loop doesn't do that. Because I think if the loop does this, I think that's going to put too many cells into this box with a 9, but maybe I am, again, overestimating. No, that does put too many cells into the box with a 9. The loop cannot do that. Because if the loop does this, both of these are part of my sum to 9, but then I only get one more cell. And that one more cell would have to be one of these two, but both of the ones of those two it could be are obviously broken. Because if it was this, it would have no way to get out, and if it was this, then this would have no way to get out. And so that doesn't happen, and so if that doesn't happen, then this cell always connects up to here. And now if this cell connects up to here... Wait, is 7654? No, 7654 is not 20. 7654 is 22. So these can't connect either. And now this can only go up in order to make that work. And so I can get rid of the orange once I actually have sort of some line segment drawn in. Oh, it could go diagonally, right? It could go diagonally. We just know that it gets out. Right, it can go to row 6, column 7. That's true. So if this is 7, 8, then these are 2, 3. Because they're consecutive. And if this is 7, 6, then these are 3, 4. So these are always from 2, 3, 4 and always involve a 3. For whatever it is worth. So we've got that. Are we certain it doesn't take 4 cells? Because it could do something like that and then also nip through like that, right? In this box. It would just need this to be a multiple of 3, Palfly. Oh, no 2x2 can be entirely line. Sorry, in my brain, I only absorbed half of the 2x2 rules. Right. So there are exactly 3 cells, right? And so the 3 cells, therefore, are necessarily... Sorry, so the rule-wise, I did not sort of figure that out. No, it could still visit multiple times, though, right? It could still... Actually, maybe not. Maybe it can't visit multiple times. Yeah, right. This cell, in order to get in, we need to get out of the box and into the box, and those are going to be the 2 cells that visit this. So I think I do believe that this has to be from 6, 7, 8, because I think we do have sort of 3 consecutive numbers that sum to 21 down here. And over here, we have 3 consecutive numbers that sum to 18. So those are from 5, 6, 7, and this one's not the 7. Therefore, the 7 in this box is up in one of those 2 cells. Oh, this is definitely the middle digit. People are pointing out, because this is the middle digit out of the 6, 7, 8. So this is always actually the 7. It can't be anything else. That's true. Okay, and we know that there's a 6 and an 8 in here. Oh, and so this is 6 for the same reason. Because we know we've got sort of 5, 6, 7. So that's, again, the middle one. And we've got a 5 over here. So we know we've got a 7 down here somewhat dangerously. This cell definitely connects to one of these 2. I think that tells me this cell never actually connects left. I think I know that, because I think if this cell connects left, it would force this cell to connect left. And I think we've already argued that these can't both be line. Oh, we already know, yeah, these definitely can't both be line, because of the, I don't even have to argue about the 9. That would make a 2x2, which is one of the rules, Zeta. So if this loop connected left, it would immediately break because it would force this loop to connect left, and that would create a 2 by 2. So this line does not connect down. Yeah, this cell needs to connect to one of those two. I don't know which yet. I sort of liked the bouncing version of that. Ah, right. I think Emily is right, although Emily retracted, so Emily doesn't believe Emily is right, but I think Emily is right. If this goes up, then that forces this to go up, and that creates a 2 by 2 as well. So this does not go up, which is sort of funny to see this sort of dead end business going here. What do you mean they can connect? Oh, right. They could connect, right. Because this could go 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 is the point that we could do. Trixie, yep. So there, in fact, are 3 cells in here, right? There's no way it's 2. There just aren't 2 cells that I could visit in this box that would take care of both of these 2 by 2s and get me out of the box. So this is a 3-cell sum to 9. I'm just trying to figure out if we know what 3-cell sum to 9 it is, or if we know exactly what it has to do. It can't just be going straight across like that. Oh, it can't, but it can be 2, 3, 4 doing that. Is there any way we like leave and come back? Yeah, I think there probably is. Actually, is there a way we leave and come back? I'm trying to decide. My intuition for diagonal lines is clearly terrible. But I almost feel like I don't think it can leave and come back. Because I don't think if it leaves and comes back, it can possibly kill all the 2 by 2s. Oh, maybe it could do that. I think it could do that, actually. Maybe, possibly. Although I think that involved doing something in this box that is not good. Because I think that involved actually entering and leaving this box, but I could do it with this box instead, and it would be okay. So I think the way to prove that, I think none of these side boxes can be 2 cells. I mean, I guess it's not impressive for the 21 and the 22, but the 12 can't be 2 cells, because if it's 2 cells, one of the cells would have to be this one, because if it's not, these are the 2 cells. Actually, maybe those being the 2 cells is okay. I think it's actually okay if those are the 2 cells. I think that's totally fine. Never mind. It would just have to do... Actually, I think that breaks this box because of the 10 cage. So I think you have to look closelier, as they would say, to see this doesn't work. Because I know that this line visits the 3 and the 4 and then leaves. And so that does not work. So this is not a 2-cell sum, because it would need to be these 2, but this one would be forced to look like that, and that breaks this box. Okay. So we have that that sort of figured out. Let's see. So Palfly is arguing, okay, so we know lots of boxes that have to have at least 3 cells. these boxes all have at least 3 cells. These boxes have exactly 3 cells. And so what total is that? That's 18. So we need 11 more cells. But this one has 4, so we need 7 more cells. This one has 4, so we need 3 more cells. So, so in fact, the argument is that this box in the center gets only at most 3 cells. So, yeah, we proved that, Jay. I agree. So yeah, so this box has at most 3 cells on the loop. And Ambrose theorizes that even if we visit the box twice, we can't get to 18 and 2. So what that means is actually, because we said it has at most, it actually has exactly 3, because it needs 3. And so therefore, I agree with Palfly's claim that every box has exactly 3 cells except for these two, which have 4. Agree with that. Yep, so the others have 3 as well. So that's interesting. The fact that there's so many multiples of 3 and a few non-multiples of 3 is very interesting. Because, like, this 22, obviously it has to enter and leave. So, like, that 5 thing actually looks very likely. If you think about it now. Let's see. Do I know somehow that this isn't 6, 7, 8? I don't think so. The thing I keep looking at is that if this 9 is 3 consecutive digits, that is, if this box is visited only once, then it's 2, 3, 4, and I think that would have to look like that in order to make that work. And the 2, 3, 4 would actually link up nicely here, because then it could go 5, 6, 7, and then get out of the box into here. But it is a bit tricky to sort out. And we don't get our usual J40 parity trick, where we know sort of like the odd evenness of cells on a loop, because of the fact that it can move diagonally, which is sort of like getting 2 moves for 1. So I don't think we have that. Well, this cell is definitely a 3 or a 4. Speaking of world's tiniest deduction, this cell's definitely a 3 or a 4, because otherwise the loop splits. I can't imagine that it is at all useful, but it is true. Oh no, it could go diagonally. Dagnammit. Yep. Yep, it could do that. Right. So if I go from this box into this box, it puts a 5 into the box. And so I want to think about whether we can really have a 5 on the loop in this box. So then we'd need 16. So we'd need to go. So I can't put a 5 in this box and then leave, because my 2 remaining digits would have to sum to 16, and they couldn't, because 16 is even, and 2 consecutive digits sum to an odd number. So I'd have to go 5 and 6, and then I need a 10. I don't think I can go here from here. I don't think I can put a 5 in here. Because of that. If I go from box 1 into box 4, then I drop a 5 in here. And I think both ways that could work break. Because I can't put the 5 in here and then leave, because I definitely need 2 digits in here somewhere that touch. And so those 2 remaining digits, I don't think you can visit 3 times. I don't think that's possible, Palfly. If I visit 3 times, I don't think I can possibly break all the 2x2s. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. I don't think so. I need to visit one of these 3 cells, and none of those 3 cells can I visit in a 1-cell visit. But just by 2x2s. Just by 2x2s, I need to visit one of these 3 cells, and none of these 3 cells are a 1-cell visit, because I know that each of these is visited exactly once. So it is true. So therefore, I cannot go into here because of the argument that I either visit with a 5 and then leave, and then I need to sum to 16, which I can't because that's not odd, or I visit with a 5 and a 6, but then I need to visit 1 cell with a 10, and that's not going to work either. So I think what that buys me is X's down here. And I think that means this cell... Oh, it doesn't mean this cell's not on the loop, does it? I was thinking it meant that cell's not on the loop because that cell can't get out, but that cell could go there or there, and it would be okay. So Martin has a very smart spot, which is that... this cell... Oh, let me take D-Web's spot, and then I'll get Martin's spot. D-Web's spot is this can't be a 4 at least, because if this was a 4, it would be leaving the box, and it would have to go into one of those, and it can't. Martin's spot is that the loop can't visit here, because if the loop visits here, it definitely needs to visit 2 cells on its way in and out. And if it does that, then it sums to a multiple of 3, which is not 22. So this cell is never visited. I agree with that, which means that both of these are visited for sure. Now, probably I can finally do something with here, even though it's diagonally nonsensical. So this cell cannot visit there. This link would break, because then the line would crisscross. And so because I can't do that, this line... And I certainly can't do both of these. And so this only has 4 cells it could possibly connect to. I just argued it doesn't connect to that one. It doesn't connect to both of these, so it always connects down. I can't do that because that puts 4 loop cells in the box, D-Web, and we've proven there's only 3. So it always connects like that. That's true. Which means that this cell is a 1... Oh, no, it doesn't mean that this cell's a 1-cell visit. Oh, why can't it go 1 cell down? Because the loop's not allowed to cross itself. If it does that, now this has to... Oh, no, it could go up like that. Never... God damn it. You're right. It could do that. Because it could go up and then immediately come back down. Never mind. But we're getting close. This certainly can't be visited because it would force... Maybe it doesn't force a 3-cell thing. I agree, though, with Jay that this can't be a 1-cell visit, because we know that if this was a 1-cell visit, that it would have to bounce back in here. So if this is a 1-cell visit, it would have to bounce back into here, but it can't because, again, we know that this enters and leaves the box to do a 6, 7, 8. And so 6 and 8 would be the 2 things, and it would put a 7 here. I can't do that. if I try to do that. I'm trying to think of a more elegant way to say that, because it was more clear to me before down here that that was true. I'm just trying to come up with a better way to articulate that argument. Because I think it's important. So why can't this be a one cell visit? Let's just remind ourselves why that doesn't work. I mean, the way that's, I guess it is just because if that would be a 6-8 pair, and that would make that a 7, and I'd repeat 7 in the column. It feels weird. Oh, it's because it would make a mini loop. That's the easier way. It would make a mini loop because this is a loop logic thing. If I do that, then I'm obligated to close the loop in here because it only enters and leaves this box once. That's the point. Okay, that feels better to me. So this is not a one-cell visit, and so that means it visits one of those two. And so therefore it does not visit this one because it visits a total of exactly 3 cells. And so this is a one-cell visit. And so if this is a one-cell visit, that means it does that. And so I think that finally lets us fill in some digits, because I think we said that now this has to be a 5. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, I think is all forced. So no 6 over there. So we've got that. So now my two connected digits sum to 17. So they're 8 and 9. So we know that there's an 8 and a 9 in here. And so we know that there's an 8 in one of these two cells for sure. Okay, this certainly connects into this box. So this box does not connect back into this box. So I can at least X that side. Oh, and when I connect from here, I connect to an 8 or a 9. So I connect from a 6, 7, 8 to an 8 or a 9. I must connect from an 8 to a 9. And so that means the 8 in box 3 connects to the 9 in box 6. So therefore, that's not the 8 in this box, for whatever limited amount that's worth. And likewise, the 8 from here connects to the 9 from here, so that's not the 9 from here either. So we can do that as well. So... right. So now this cell, Jay is pointing out, I know this cell connects to one of those two. If this cell is an 8, that's a big problem because 8 doesn't connect to 6 or 8, which are the only digits that could be here. So this cell's actually the 9. And now the 8 is corner marked over here, so that actually makes that the 8. And so my loop does that. And we can get rid of those. That is not the 8. And so we have that. Agree. Okay. One of these is a 2 or a 4, for whatever it's worth. Is it as easy as that there's no way I could possibly put a 1 in here because it would require putting 2 2s around it, and that's not going to work? That might be true. I might not be able to put 2 2s around a 1 in here, which I'd be obligated to do. I'll let you think about that for a second. I need to take a quick break. But when I come back, I'm hoping to hear that I can't put a 1 in this box. right, I am back. Michael seems to have proven that it is possible to put a 1 in the middle here of something, which is unfortunate, but I will survive. And 6, so one of these is a 5. I'm trying to think if I want to corner mark that there's a 5 in one of these 3 cells. It doesn't look Sudoku logically interesting. I do know there's a 6 over here. Okay, Jay believes so Michael believes that they've disproved my point, and Jay believes that they've proven my point. So let's be optimistic and try Jay's version. So Jay believes that it's not 1, 2, 6 because there's no space for a 6 in here. Got it. So the 3 cell sum is not 1, 2, 6. And it's not 1, 3, 5 because 1, 3, 5 would require 3 separate visits because no pair of them is consecutive. So it must be 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it is 2, 3, 4. So I know there's a 3 up here and a 4 down here on the loop. And so the question is, can my 3 connect here to the 4? If my 3 connects to the 4 here, then I would need to go 3, 2 or something like that, which is probably fine, annoyingly. Or I could do 3, 2. I don't think my 3 can connect up, though. I think if this 3 connects here, I think we have a problem. Let's just hypothecate this universe with a pink line. If the 3 connects up like this is obligated now to be a 2, because it's consecutive to 3 and isn't 4. But now my 3 certainly is not down here. Oh, am I assuming it only visits the box once just because 2, 3, and 4 are consecutive? I am. That's not true. I don't know that. It could visit the box more than once and do something like that horribly. So we've got that, at least. So that's something. So there's a 4 over down here. There's a 3 in one of these 2 cells. No, I did not do that right. There's a 3 down here as well. Should I be writing down what these cells can actually be? Because they can't be lots of things. So they can't be 1. They could be 2. They can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they could be 8 or 9. That's interesting-ish. These can only be 2, 8, or 9. Okay. Okay, so Jay has a good way for me to think about this, perhaps. So Jay says if this happens, then now there's no way for me to visit this. So I would certainly have to visit this. Yeah, right. So this would be obligated to be a 2. I could not visit either of these from the 2. And so I would have to visit one of these with a 4 later. But I can't get to either of these on a 1-cell visit. So I'd have to get through these with a... Yeah, just geometrically it doesn't look good. But again, in a way that I feel like I can't articulate in a particularly. But it looks bad. Because this, remember, is the 2. So I have a 3 and a 4 left. I'd have to put a 4 in one of these 2 cells. That 4 would have to connect to a 3. which would have to be in one of these two cells. And the problem is the 4 doesn't have a second place to go because it can't escape into another box. So that just doesn't work. Again, I feel like there's no clean way to articulate it. But it does prove, I believe, that the line does go this way and not that way. So this is a 2 or a 4. And now... now we need a 3. If I go up here for the 3, that's assuredly going to create a problem, right? Because I need to visit one of these two cells. Oh, I'm not allowed to have a 2 by 2. Let's do that. That's much easier than any of the horrible things I'm trying to do. There's no 2 by 2. So this cell now connects to one of these two and must connect to it as a 3. And so that's got to be the 3, because remember, one of these two is the 3. And I know it's a 2, 3, 4, which is how I know that the odd has to be a 3, because 3 is the only odd. So we connect there. So we do that. And now I need to grab the 4 from one of these two cells, so that cell's unvisited. I certainly don't connect up from here, because I need to connect to the 4. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. Don't listen to me. It could be the 2. It could be the 2. Oh, well, this can't be the 2, because if this is the 2, then I've not visited either of these cells. I still have to visit one of these two cells, so this cell's gray, regardless of what bullshit argument I gave before. So the 2 and the 4 are down here, actually. Oh, and that can't be visited. If it visits this cell, we have a horrendous problem. Because if it visits this cell, then we need to get out of the box, and we can't. So, therefore, we must visit this cell, which has to go like that. This is a 2 or a 4. And now it links into this box where we need to go to 5, 6, or 7. So that means that's a 4, and that's a 2. And we now know the 5 is over in one of these two cells. That's not a 2 anymore. I definitely feel like I need to, like, is this really a naked single 1? Garion and Sven agree that this is a naked single 1. So we get that. The row 9, column 8 is also a naked single. Let's see. This is a naked single 2, apparently. Get naked singles all over the place. I have pencil marked the 8 over there, so I know that this isn't an 8 as well. For what it is worth. D-Web also reminding me of my corner marked 8. So one of these is a 5. One of these two seems to be a 7. My intuition for lines that can move diagonal is terrible. That is my conclusion from this puzzle. I've often considered setting a puzzle with lines that could move diagonally, but I'm inferring from this I am not ready to set a puzzle where lines can move diagonally. Do I know for sure that the box 1, 4 doesn't connect to a 3, Michael? I think the box 1, 4 could connect to a 3 and be in here. I think that would be okay. Let's see. I mean, if these are a 3-4 pair, then these are a 3-4 pair, which feels like I'm reaching at straws a little bit, if I'm honest. I do know one of these two is a 2. 2, 5 is okay. So 2, 5, and 7 all go in here. If I could find one more digit, I'd have a quad. I mean, I guess these 3 digits and the 5, 7 all go in here. Oh no, that's not 4. Sadly. Okay, so is there any way this 8 possibly connects to this box? Annoyingly, I think it's just possible for the 8 to connect to a 7 and then bounce out of the box or something like that. Unfortunately. Garian says that would make it 2 by 2. If the 8, if I connect the 8 here, yeah, so the 6 would be there and would come out there. And now I only get to visit one more cell here. I mean, that's 12, which is a problem. Yeah, okay, so this is complicated to see for me, but if the 8 tries to connect up here, then in order to avoid a 2 by 2, I need to put a 6 here and then a 5 here. But now these sum to at least 12, and I've not visited any of these, so that's a problem. So the 8 does not go there. So the 8 connects to a 7 in one of these cells. So this 8 goes to one of these being 7. Does that tell me anything Sudoku-logically interesting? Probably not. But then I guess I can think about, where does the 7 have to go? The 8 could not connect to a 9 in this box, or the problem is even worse. Then instead of having a sum of 12 in 2 cells, then we have a sum of 14 in 2 cells, Josh. Oh, you're saying in this box. Sorry, in box 5, right? It does connect to a 7 or a 9. You're right, sorry. 7 or 9. The loop connects... I don't have a great way to notate this. The loop connects to one of these, though. I'm going to put a little green line there just to denote that it goes from here to this box somehow. And therefore it goes from this box to this box somehow, because now if it went from box 3 to box 5... Oh, no, it doesn't only visit box 5 once. Never mind. It definitely visits box 5 more than once. Actually, no, it doesn't definitely visit box 5 more than once, because it could go 7, 6, 5 and leave. And 7, 6, 5 and leave is 18. Hey, Kodak, I hope you're doing well. But anyway, we definitely connect from here to here. But again, not to this cell, just to somewhere in this box. I was just trying to prove that I had to connect from box 3 to box 2, Garion. And trying to convince myself that I could not go from box 3 down to here or something like that weird. Hey, Scott. I hope you're doing well. This puzzle definitely begs you to make deductions that aren't correct in a way that is much higher than the average puzzle. Like, I suspect if I solved this by myself, I would make like 18 different logical leaps that were wrong, and then get the right answer and just not realize that I had made 18 logical leaps that were wrong. Like, this puzzle would absolutely be the kind of puzzle that I would set and think it was unique, and then it would actually have 600 solutions because I'd made a bunch of different logical errors. So mad respect for setting this puzzle and getting it to have a unique solution without making any of those errors. Probably it helps that this is number 5 in the series. So I definitely go from here into here. Palfly is doing some sort of arithmetic on the fact that we know that we take a total of 6 cells between these two boxes. But I don't understand it. Oh, I know that this box connects to box 2, right? That's another thing I know. I had sort of forgotten about that, but I seem to have written down X's that mean that box 1 definitely connects to box 2. So if box 1 connects to box 2, we have that. But box 2 doesn't have only one visit then, right? Because then box 2... No, it could go 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5 would be fine. Box 2 might have only one visit. Oh, we didn't prove it doesn't connect to box 5. You're right, because diagonals. Dagnammit. Diagonals again. D-Web is right. Like, I wish I knew things like, oh, it does the obvious thing, like it takes 3 cells in here that are all connected, and those are 6, 7, 8. Like, I feel like if I was just solving this and I just wanted the solution, I would just assume that and it would be right, and then the puzzle would solve. Yes, old man shakes fist at diagonals is definitely how this puzzle makes me feel. Because the annoying thing is any of these boxes could be visited more than once, and it probably isn't, because all the ones that are multiples of 3 are probably only visited once. But I don't know quite what to do with that. Let's see. Garion says row 3, column 7 can't connect to row 4, column 6. Okay, so if we tried to do that, it would be a 6 connecting to a 5 or 7. So Garion is hypothecating this, which will, if we can disprove this, then we'll at least know that box 3 connects to box 2. Right. This 8 now has to connect there. Or there. So this 8 connects to, yeah, so again, in this universe, this is a 6. This is a 5 or 7. The 8 has to connect to a 7 in one of these cells. Right. The 8 would have to connect to a 7 here. So that's a 5, so that's an 8, is what is being pointed out because of the no 2x2 rule that we used before. And now this box is broken because of that. Oh, or row 6, column 6, right. Sorry, this is a long bifurcation, and we're not even doing it right. Lord. So one of these would be a 7, is the point. Because it would have to connect to the 8, and I can't close the loop. So that would be a 5. And now my 5 and 7, one of them has to connect to a 6, because I can't have 3 separate one-cell visits. I mean, honestly, this is so excruciating, I'm tempted to just assume that the loop, that this works. I don't think this constitutes a proof, but at least not like a logical one. But I kind of believe that this is broken enough, and I think I'm going to be a less happy zeta if I try and convince myself that this argument's actually right. So I think I'm just going to assume that these two connect. Now, rather than try and sort of like beat it into the ground, because I really can't see it without like literally writing in everything, and at no point do I think it's going to turn out that I go like, oh, actually, if I'd thought about it this way, it would have made sense. I don't think that's what this puzzle is. But if these connect now, then what that means is one of these is a 5. Because the 6 here needs to connect to a 5 over here, which really wants to connect 4, 3, 4 over there like that. But again, we have to make sure we're careful that it doesn't have to do that necessarily. So Jaleb is suggesting we contemplate the alternatives to 3, 4, 5. So does this 5 necessarily hang out, or could this 5 now leave down into here? Because if the 5 now leaves down into here, then what I have left is 7. So I would need a 3 and a 4 elsewhere, which would still be 3, 4, 5. It just wouldn't be a single visit 3, 4, 5. Or the 5 would connect to a 6 somewhere, and then we'd need a 1. And having a 1 on a loop in this box seems very bad. Because having a 1 in a loop in this box would need to connect to 2 2s. And I don't think there's anywhere a 1 in this box could connect to a 2 at all, because the 2 couldn't go in this box. It certainly doesn't connect to the 2 over here. It certainly doesn't connect to a 2 in a box that sums to 21 in 3 cells. And so I'd have at most 1 2. That doesn't work. So I think that actually does prove that it has to go 5, 4, 3 for real in order to make this work. So this needs to be 5, 4, 3 for my loop going through this box. So I believe that. So this has to be 5, 4, 3. It has to be one loop going through this box. One segment that goes 5, 4, 3. So now the question is, where does the 3 connect? So can the 3 possibly connect into this box? Uh, so that would, so I don't think the 3 can possibly connect over here without causing weird crisscrossing. So let's see, and I know that this connects into here. So we've got, so I'm just going to write up that I know that this is 3, 4, 5 up here. I'm just going to write that on the loop. It's not that this cell is 3, 4, 5. It's that the loop in this cell is 3, 4, 5. And I know I need to visit at least one of these 2 cells with a 3, 4, 5. Otherwise, I've created a 2 by 2. Do I know that I have 7, 6, 5 down here? Do I know that for sure? So if my 8 connects to a 9, then I could go 8, 9, 8, and a 1. But I for all the reasons just said, I can't put a 1 on the loop because I don't have enough places to put 2s. So I have to go from 8 to 7 in one of these cells. I can prove that now. So the 8 does go to a 7. So if I go from 8 to 7 and then leave, then I need a 5, 6. What if I go 8, 7, 8? If I go 8, 7, 8, then I need a single cell 3 visit. A single cell 3 visit could connect to a 4 here, but doesn't have anywhere to connect to a 2. I don't think that works. So I think this does have to be a 7, 6, 5. Something like that. Because I think we've done all the cases. So I think this has to be a 7, 6, 5, because I think the other cases involved putting a low digit on a loop in too many places that I could not. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's right. So I think this is 7, sorry. So I think in this loop we have 7, 6, 5 on the loop. So if we've got 7, 6, 5 on the loop, oh crap, but now the 4 could connect to a 5 is the problem. So if the 4 connects to a 5, what happens? Or alternatively, maybe I should ask what boxes this connects to. I feel like an intuitive solver would really like this puzzle. Because I bet the answer is the intuitive one. Box 5 has to connect to box 4. I'm being told now. So this box is 3, 4, 5 in a row. This box is 5, 6, 7 in a row. 3, 4, 5 in a row doesn't connect to 5, 6, 7 in a row. So we can at least sort of X all of those. So box 2 cannot do this one. I was being polite, and I did not say Nevario. But notice these X's don't really mean a lot because things crisscross diagonally all the time. Okay. So I know this box connects to this box. I mean, I think this puzzle would be very pleasant if you just assumed that things worked out nicely. I mean, I've tried to consider the holistic geometry. It just has never sort of clicked in my brain in a way, because every time I try and think about the holistic geometry, the fact that my brain doesn't work well with diagonals means that I then say something and then someone in chat points out, actually, it could be this. Like, I 100% believe the line is very constrained. I just can't find an elegant way to prove it. Is the thing. Like, I mean, very early on, I was like, I bet it has to do this exact thing down here, but I just could never come up with a holistic way to prove it. But I bet there is an elegant, like, I bet there is an elegant theory of lines that can go diagonally that would make the geometry of this puzzle very easy to sort of comfortably articulate that I just don't have in my brain. Okay, so the 6 here, yeah, right, we now know the 6 here connects here. Where else does this box connect? This box cannot connect back down to here. So the only question is, can this box connect over down to here? And the answer is, if this box connects to there, the line has to cross itself. So box 2 cannot connect to box 4 because of the line crossing it. Because the line would have to cross itself in order to get out of box 1 now, right? I think that's true. I think I tried to argue this before and chat wouldn't let me because something was wrong, but I think it's now true. If box 2 connects to box 4, I think box 1 now can't get out without crossing itself, now that I know that box 2 is only visited once. So I think that forces that box 2 connects to box 5. I think we've now proven that, maybe. I think we now know... No, sorry, not to box 5. Box 2 can't connect to box 5. I think we've now proven box 2 connects to box 1, is I think the thing we've proven. I think is what we've finally done here. Because we've proven it can't... Box 2, we've proven, does connect to box 3, and doesn't connect to box 6, to box 5, or to box 4. And so these have to connect, and so now this has to go 4 in one of these cells, 3 in one of these cells, 4 in one of these cells, 5 in one of these cells, as it sort of bounces around through here, and then the 5 connects to a 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. And that handles sort of all the loop up here. And so this goes 8, 7. And so now the 7, now I can sort of apply the same logic, because now I've argued these things can't connect to box 5, so now box 5 can't connect to them either. Box 5 certainly can't connect down there, so now box 5 has to connect either to box 4 or box 7. Oh, actually, box 4 is a smarter place to start. Where does box 4 connect? Box 4 can't connect to either box above it. And it can't connect to this box below it either. Just because there's no spot it can reach. So box 4 definitely has at least one connection in each of these directions. It has one connection to this box and one connection to this box. So do I know that this box isn't visited more than once? Well, it can't sort of bounce in and out from here, and it can't bounce in and out from here, right? So because of the fact that I know that this is a single visit box, and I know that this is a single visit box, and this box can only connect to those two, this is now a single visit box. So that, therefore, means that we now actually know that this is a single visit box. So we finally know that the digits on it are 6, 7, 8. So we have to go into this box from here. So this is 7, 6, 5. The 5 here needs to connect to a 6 here in one of these cells in order to make that work. So yeah, so we've got to do 7, 6, 5 like that in order to make this work, because I've got to get from here to here. 7, 8. And then the 8 from here has to connect down into the 7 here, right? I think one of these has to be an 8. Because this is 5, 6, 7. Right, and the 6 comes from a 5 over here, so the 6 doesn't go down to here. So, right. So there's an 8 in one of these two cells connecting down to the 7 here. Okay, and I know that's not the 5. And so as soon as I know that's not the 5, I know it's not visited because the digit in this column on the loop is a 5. I think I can get rid of... I'm going to leave that for just a second. So I agree with DWeb that the 6 and 7 in column 1, if you remember that this is just demarcating that I need a 6, 7, 8 in the loop, there's a 6 and a 7 in here and a 6 and a 7 in here. That's going to make these a 6, 7 pair. I agree with that. Right. Okay, good spot. So I know the 6 is in one of these and the 8 is in one of these. And so Palfly points out that means the 7 is in one of these. Because if the 7 is not in one of these, then I've created a 2 by 2. So the 6 is in one of these, the 7's in one of these, the 8's in one of these. Agree. And the 7 needs to connect to the 8 is another good point, because the 7 up there can't connect to the 8 down there. So that's actually not the 7. That is the 7, and this cell is not visited. This cell is orange. And now this cell is orange. It's visited somehow because of the avoided 2 by 2. And it can't be a 4, because we've already said the 4 is over there. So this is the 3 on this loop. We can get rid of this now. So one of these is the 4. That's not the 3. So this is the 3 actually on this loop now. Sorry, this is the 3. It's orange. And so that's now gray, because again, there's a 4 in this column and a 5 in this column, and that's all that's on the loop. So there's a 3 up here somewhere. It's actually in one of those two cells. These are a 3-4 pair. These are an actual 3-4 pair, because there's 3s and 4s in these cells, which place 3s and 4s up into this row, except there's a 3-4 looking at that. So those are an honest 3-4 pair. Okay, I'm going to get rid of my markings now of what the digits are, because now I'm starting to actually put these up here. 7 in box 4 looks down. That's not a 7. And so if that's not a 7, that's a 7. And this seems to be on top of all kinds of things, so that places a 2 there. This 7 is actually on the loop. But that means this had better be a 5 in order to do that, because this box does need to connect to this box. So I actually know that it does that. So these are not that. This is gray now. because of that. This is not a 3 anymore. This is not 5 anymore. Let's see. Hey, Memrister, how are you doing? And now this is threatening to be a 2 by 2. So this needs to be an 8 in order to avoid being a 2 by 2. I agree. And the 7 definitely connects to the 8. And now the 8 connects to the 7 down there. We are moving into the new house on Thursday, theoretically, ELSF. So going pretty well. We're closing in on actually having a house. This is gray. It has been a long process. Oh, this doesn't need to be orange anymore. 5 is placed in box 1. He points out that's very, very clever. So there's a 5 in one of these two. Right. So that's very clever. If this is an 8, then this is a 7, and now this 2 by 2 is unvisited. So you have to actually think about what the 8 does to the 7. If this is the 8, it forces that to be a 7, and now both of these are unvisited because we know, again, the 7 connects to the 6, connects to the 5. So this can't actually be the 8, is Jay's point. So this is an 8. This is a very cool puzzle, Memrister. I'll be honest, I have not enjoyed solving it, but I'm in awe of its existence, which makes it perfect content as a puzzle. But this is in the, like, cool it exists, and I'm really impressed, and I feel like, and I honestly, I'm not sure if this is just, like, if my intuition for this was better because I did more of them, if a lot of this would click better for me, I'm not sure. But I'm very impressed by it, and I'm realizing how much my brain does not understand how diagonal lines work, which is a funny thing to say. But it is definitely a puzzle where I think if you just guessed what happened, you would get it much faster than I have. So, depending on how you feel about guessing in puzzles, I think you would do this. I think this would be a lot easier. Because I don't... It's not the sort of pathological puzzle where it baits you into making a lot of incorrect logical deductions and then punishes you for it. I think everything works exactly how you think it probably does, and then you spend most of the solve proving it doesn't do one of the weirder things. But I have no doubt that the creator of this puzzle created exactly the puzzle they intended to, and succeeded in their goals of doing so. So I think this is an excellent example of setting, even if it is not exactly setting to my taste. I mean, I love 2 by 2 rules. 2 by 2 rules are, like, one of my favorite things. So let's see, we can mark up this box 1 triple. That's probably a good idea. Let's just mark up this whole column while we're at it. So these don't have 6s in them. They're 4, 8, 9. So these are not 4. These are not 9. This is not 4, 8, or 9. It's also not 7, apparently. Yeah, I've always considered setting a diagonally... oh, this is not 4, right? I think instead of removing 4, I think I added 7, which is, I think, what happened. And this is not 4 because of the 3-4 pair looking at it. Let's see. Let's see, if row 9, column 7, the 5, it blocks 5 out of box 8. Ah, right. So the 5 in box 8, if this were a 5, it would rule 5 out of box 8 completely. I very much appreciate the way that was phrased. So that's a 9 and that's an 8, because the same thing is true there. That's a 5. That was very well stated, Josh. I appreciate it. So we get all of that. So this is not a 9. So let's see. So these cells, these aren't 4 for sure. So they still have... there is a 1-4 pair in column 2, which makes this a 9. So it makes that an 8 and a 9. Lets me fill in these digits as a 1, 8. I don't think I have any pencil marks looking at them. This is a 3 or a 4. These cells are also from 3 and 4. Okay. These cells now cannot be 6 because of the corner marked 6s. Right. There's 6s above there. I did remove the 6s over there. Oh, I can remove the 6s up here, actually, which gives me a 9 there. Makes this not a 9. Makes that not a 9. Why is there an X in row 5, column 10? Not any good reason. Because I randomly clicked there, probably. I got so confused about how diagonal lines worked, I was concerned about whether the line left the grid. So if this is unvisited, that's very clever. Okay, so if this is unvisited, this is the point that Chad has been pointing out. Then my 7, 6 either goes above or below just by geometry, and whichever it does, it strands the other 2 by 2. So therefore, this has to be loop, so it's always a 6. That's very cool. I like that. So this is not a 6. These aren't 6. So we've got this 6 here. Okay. No, the green, it was just marking which boxes connect to which, as we were trying to sort of sketch out the path, but we can get rid of the green. The green was just marking, the snake goes from this box to this box to this box. Which was very useful, although that was definitely the part I found most excruciating. Row 5, column 3 is gray. If this is visited, what happens? It's not 6, thank you. Yes, thank you. It's not 6 is the point, yes, agree. because the remaining orange digit is 6, so this is not 6, so it's not orange. Got it. And now this can't be orange, because if this is orange, sorry, this can't be orange. If this is orange now, it makes that orange and my line connects through like this, but that strands this 2 by 2, which is, I think, what Jay was saying, but I was looking at it at the same time. But is that exactly what Jay was saying? Yes, it's exactly what Jay is saying. So this is the 5. My line moves from here to here. This is not orange. And so now these are both gray. That's still not 5. And now this is now this needs to be orange to avoid a 2 by 2. So my line does that, which makes this a 4. Which makes that a 4, and then lets me draw in this line. Makes that an unvisited 9. Makes that an 8. That's gray, of course. And now that's got to be line, because otherwise we have an unvisited 2 by 2. So that's gray. This is a 5 by Sudoku, meme Rister spots. Very nice. Always appreciate the Sudoku spots. Let's see. This row only has 2 digits left in it, and they're placed. So that's a 6, and that's an 8, which means that my loop now does that. Or not loop, my line, whatever it is, does that, which makes that gray. Which now makes this have to be loop in order to avoid having 2 by 2s. Which now makes this gray. I have called it a loop the whole puzzle. That makes sense. No need to stop now. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we're almost done the loop now. We just have to decide which way the loop goes. Coming over here, so we've got to probably clean up our Sudoku to finish it. Oh, right, this is now a 2 by 2, right? The loop needs to go here to avoid a 2 by 2. So that's the 6. So we get that. And now we get a loop completion dance. Boo-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo, wow! Waha! Wee! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. We appreciate the loop dance. So therefore this is a 6. This is gray, by the way, because our loop is done. Let's see. We've got a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column. Doesn't mean anything. This is not a 6. How do I have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple in this box? Something is wrong. Oh, sorry, I don't, because that's a 7. There we go. I somehow in my brain didn't see the 7 pencil mark. Yes, we greatly appreciate the Ace of Spades for providing us with the Zach lasso emote, which is used both for loops and for roping around here. There's another Sudoku on the back. Okay, so now I think we can mark the rest of the cells in the grid that aren't dangerous. So that didn't go as well as I'd hoped. I'll be honest. Let's see. 1, 2 pair in row 4 is true. 1, 2 pair in row 4 has made that an 8, which has made that a 1 and that an 8. The 1, 2 pair has made that a 4, which has made that a 1 and a 3 and a 4. Made these not 3s. There's a 1, 2 pair in box 5, which makes that a 9, which makes this a 3 and a 9. Be careful, Andrewsarchus will hear you. This is 1, 2 pair here, makes that a 4, which makes that a 3. Makes that a 4. That 1, 2 pair makes that a 3. That makes that a 4 and a 3. I think Andrew's the one who's made me the, like, his... Maybe it's Grockles, actually. I think it's Grockles that's always doing the, like, 3D Sudoku cube corner type puzzles. Let's see. Okay, so these are not 1. That's not 9. So that's the only place for a 9 in row 1. At the very least. That's the only place for a 5 in row 3. So row 9, column 6 is a 6. Just by naked singletude. So that's going to let us chase through these 1s and 2s. 1 and 2 and 7, and 6 and 7, and 2 and 6, and 2 and 1. Let's see, we can mark this cell, making this a 7. And then our bet tree, 2, 3, 4, is a 5. Congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. It's an incredibly impressive puzzle. I can't believe this exists. Like this, the fact that this is like 2 givens and 9 cage totals is it's quite impressive. Yeah, it is true. Several people did say that because there's a 5 in the title, they guessed that that was what the bet tree was going to be, and that did indeed turn out to be the case. Yeah, I really don't know if I want to do more diagonal loop puzzles because I want to develop intuition for them, or if I am now afraid of ever touching diagonal lines again. The setter, by the way, congratulations to the setter on making this. The setter says actually only 7 of the cage totals are necessary. That's very believable. Jay Dyer is going to make us a loop puzzle for the 200th stream. Oh, God. Alrighty, but I'm going to take a quick break and then come back, and I am going to do... Andrewsarchus made us a mean mini to celebrate our anniversary, so I'm going to come back and do that. So I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Yes, presently, as people in chat are discovering, Sudoku Pad no longer works in Safari. I'm sure it will be fixed in the not incredibly distant future, but Tristan and I just discovered that last night when we were trying to make my puzzle work, and it would not. All right, so this is a mean mini in celebration of Tristan and I's anniversary, as you can see with these 625s everywhere. This is also this is also, Andrew said, the first puzzle that he has set in quite some time. So that is exciting. Yeah, I don't think that the links are going to be fixable. By the way, great to see you, More Crabs. It's been a while since I've seen you around. Great to see you around again. Yeah, I think we'll probably just have to wait for Sven to fix whatever's going on with Sudoku Pad. All right, so this is a mean mini, which means that we need to choose what digits we're putting into the puzzle. Now, in this case, we can choose any numbers between 0 and 9 to be the 6 digits that we use, but we only get to use 6 total digits. And then those 6 digits have to populate every row, column, and box. We've got little killer clues. The 25 here is the sum of these 3 digits. The 6 here is the sum of this digit. The 25 is the sum of these, and so on. And the other clues are sandwich clues, which give you the sum of the digits between the largest and smallest number in the row. So the 6 is the sum of the largest and smallest number in the row. 25 in this case. So we have all of that. So we have very generously been given this 6. So one of the digits is 6. We can bring out Zach for the sexy dance. Boop-a-doop-doop. Whoop-a-doop. Woohoo! Boop-a-doop. Woohoo! Ba-da-doop. Ba-da-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate you shaking that booty for us. All right, so we've got a 6 there. We need a lot of high numbers in order to make this 25 work. If I think about it, the maximum of this cell is a 9, so these need to sum to at least 16, which means they're always from 7, 8, 9. The maximum of these two is 17, so this is always at least 8 in order to make that possibly work. We need to remember that this can be a 0, 6, because I'm going to forget. Let's see. I don't feel like we need 7, 8, and 9 in the grid. But we definitely need 9 in the grid, and 7 or 8. The same exact argument makes these from 7, 8, 9. I had not noticed this one. And that one's from 8. This one's not 7 again. So that forces us to have 8 and 9. Okay, so now we do need 7, 8, and 9, I now believe, because otherwise these would just be... Otherwise these are, if 7's not one of the numbers, now these are 8, 9, and one of these little killer clues is wrong. So yeah, so we actually do get that. So good for that. So yeah, so 7, 8, and 9, and 6 are all in the are all involved. So yeah, so 9 is a crust, agree. Yeah, this if you think about it, if we're marking what's going to be a crust, I need 4 cells always to get to 25, because 3 cells would only get me to 24. So this had better be a crust, and so 8 is not a crust, because 8 would have to be the smallest digit in the puzzle, and it's not. So that's a 9, and that's an 8. This is a 0, a 1, or a 2. But we can go ahead and fill in now. These need to sum to 16, so they're 7 and 9, and these need to sum to 17, so they're 8 and 9, going over there. If neither of these was 9, it would not work. So one of these is a crust, for whatever that is worth. Couldn't this be a 1-5 sum? Why can't this be a 1-5 sum? Oh, the sandwich filling is forced. I had not appreciated that. So, so the absolute maximum I can get to in the sandwich is 8765, which is 15 plus 11 is 26. So that's one more. So it's actually got to be these as the fillings. So yeah, so those are, these numbers have to be 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's the thing that chat was seeing. And so this is whatever the small digit in the puzzle is, which is either 0 or 2, coming out over here. And exactly the same thing happens over here. It's being pointed out. So these are, again, 4, 6, 7, 8. That's not a 6. That's not an 8. We have lots of 2x2s to avoid. We know that one of these two is a 9, and the other is a 0 or a 2, in order to make that all work. But if this is a 0, is that going to make this impossible? Right. This is not 1-5 anymore. I did realize that I just didn't mark it. So, if this is a 0, I force these numbers to be rather large. But I don't know that that's a problem with making these, like, let's see, these two would need to sum to at least 17. MicroStudy has a good point, which is that I know where the 8 goes in this box, which is going to be very helpful, because there's only one cell that can be 8, which is going to sort out the 9 and the 8 and the 7 and the 9. And is going to place the 9 in this column, because remember the 9 was going to be at one of the ends. That's now going to be the 8 for this column, just by, again, Sudoku. So we get all of those. Now, right, 0, 6 can't be my filling. So my filling is either a single 6 with a 2, or, oh yeah, there's no way this is a 2-cell sandwich, because if this was a 2-cell sandwich, this would need to be a 0 or a 2. So this is a 1-cell sandwich, so that's always a 6. So that's a 4. This is the 0 or 2, as the case may be. That's not a 4, that's not a 4. So this is the other of 6 and 7, because I know that 6 and 7 are both in the puzzle. I'm gonna highlight this digit in green. That's that digit again. That's that digit, actually, if I write it in over here. So that's that digit over here. So this is a 0 or a 2. This is a 4 or a 6. And that's the green digit here. Say 0 or 2. Just to figure that all out. Now, in this row, my 9 is enclosing the sandwich. And I can't put the 9 there. Because if I put the 9 there, then I'm going to need a 2-cell 6 sum. And there's no way I can make a 2-cell 6 sum. Because I can't have both 0 and 2 in the puzzle, which I would need to in order to make a 2-cell 6 sum. Because it can't be 0, 6, because 0 is a crust if 0 is in the puzzle. And it can't be 2, 4, because if it's 2, 4, then I would need 0 to be the crust. So this is always a 6 and a 9. I'm making that a 7, a 6, and a 7. Making that not a 6. This is now the 4 for this this box. This is now the 4 for this column. This is the 7 for this box. This is whatever is left. This is the 8. These are, let's see, if these are 7, 8, 9, then these are 4 and 6, right? And so that's the 4, that's the 6, that's the 7. That's the 4, that's the 6. This is whatever is left that I have not put. This is the 9. Oops, 9. This is whatever is left. That's a 7. This is the 8. That's the 4. And now I'm not trolling. I'm just finishing the Sudoku. For once, I'm not trolling. We just have to just now finish out what this is. So these are 18 and 25, and so this is a 0. And then we're done the puzzle. Thank you for that, Andrew. Much appreciated. So we have all of that. We could have also done it with this diagonal 6. That's true. Constanza points out. Then I would not have had to think about the diagonal 25, which was very complicated. But that works. All right, excellent. I am told there's also an anniversary 6x6 by MicroStudy, so let's have a look at that. Let's see. Woohoo! Okay, so here, so thank you for that, Andrew. Let's look at the MicroStudy one. So we have normal 6x6 rules. These are Renban, and the T is a singular Renban. I feel like this is like a Ranks pet peeve, is to have these. Okay, but normal 6x6 rules. So we have all of the normal things for 6x6 and Renban. So we know that there's a 3 in one of these cells because every length 4 Renban needs a 3 or a 4. So that's not a 3. Is that interesting? And these aren't 3. So one of these two is a 3 because every length 4 Renban needs a 3 and a 4. I should say, by the way that a Renban works, before I place the first digit, the way that a Renban works is that these need to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. So, for example, they could be, in principle, 6, 4, 5, 3, for example. That would be an acceptable way to fill this in. And so, because I have to have this long string of consecutive digits that are only between 1 and 6, I have to use 3 and 4. And so now we've placed the 3 on this Renban, because, again, this cell sees every place for a 3 on this Renban. So that's the 3 and that's the 3. Going on like that. And now one of these two is a 3, and I can get rid of the yellow. So we've got that. 1 is over here, just by the clue. So therefore, this Renban is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but none of these are 1, of course. Let's see. These aren't 4, and those aren't 4. So that is 4, because again, we need a 4 on this Renban somewhere. This cell now, as Screaming Ice Cube points out, is a 6 because it sees all of this Renban. And so it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so it can only be a 6. that 6 is going to come up and be over here, which means it's going to come up and be over there. This, let's see. So this is a 2, 3, 5. This is a 2, 3, 5, and I know that this 2, 3, 5 is in one of these two cells because it needs to be on the Renban, and it's not in the same box, and so that cell is green, and it's therefore not 6. So therefore that's the 6, and that's the 3, because I needed a 6 in one of these two, and therefore that's not 6. So we get that. Let's see, 3, 4, 6. This needs to be a 5, or it's not as Renban-y as promised. So no 3 over there. This is the other 2, 5. Oh, and it's not a 5, so it's a 2, and so green is 5, and that's a 5. These are both non-5 numbers. That's not a 2. This isn't a 3 or a 4, and I need both a 3 and a 4 on this Renban. So these are a 3, 4 pair, and we know the order. So this is a 2 and a 3. So these are a 2 and a 6. That is not a 2. I probably don't need my coloring at this point. Let's see. So let's just mark everywhere. It'll feel good. So let's see. So that appears to be a naked 1. So that's a 3. So these are not 1. So this can't... Oh, no, this could be a 4, maybe. One of these two, though, is the 4 for this Renban. And one of these is the 4 for this Renban. If one of these is a 1, that has to be the 2. I think one of these has to be the 2 for the column. Because either that's... One of these two cells is definitely a 1. And whichever one of them is a 1, it means that its Renban needs a 2. And the only place that 2 can come from is there or there. So there's no 2 there, ever. Oh, it's being pointed out, maybe I should think about what digit this could be. That would probably be a lot easier than the thing that I'm doing currently of identifying where 2s can go in the column. Because this needs to be a 2 or a 6, so it's definitely not a 1. That gives me a 2, 6 pair in the column, which makes that a 1. Which makes this a 2 to be the 2 for the Renban, and makes that a 4, makes that a 4. So makes this not a 2. And if this Renban doesn't have a 2, it doesn't have a 1 either. So therefore this is a 5. And that's a 6, and that's a 2. And that's a 1 and a 5. And that's a 1 and a 2 and a 5 and a 6. Lovely, lovely puzzle, MicroStudy. I really enjoyed that. Was the mean step the green going here? Was that the intended mean step? I see that in the 5 minutes it's taken us to solve this puzzle, a new one has come in. We now have a Math Pesto puzzle with a familiar looking design. Where we now have German whispers. And so I noticed that Math Pesto has chosen to delete that line segment from MicroStudy's design. And so therefore it must be the case that these cannot differ by at least 3. Oh, wow, yeah, I didn't even think of the fact that it was our 14th anniversary. I was just thinking about the fact that, yeah, it is our 14th anniversary. That is true. So we have that. What was that whole string of puzzles in the 6x6s where everyone was making exactly the same design? I forget what it was called, but it was quite cute, I recall. All right, so these are now German whispers, and in a 6x6... what must happen is that you must have them be at least 3 apart instead of at least 5 apart. Because if they're at least 5 apart, then aside from something like doublers, you would need them to be 1/6, and that would be kind of boring. So we can sort of start by thinking about high-lowity a little bit, perhaps. This line looks interesting in terms of its high-lowity, perhaps, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not at all interesting. It's possible. Neither of these is 1 is interesting. So if neither of these is 1, this certainly can't be 6 for whatever it's worth. Sorry, this certainly can't be 4. Never mind. The fact that this can't be 4 is a less impressive deduction than might have originally been claimed. So let's see. Also can't be 5, that's true. Garion has deduced that row 6, column 6 also can't be 4, because it would rule 4 off the entire Renban or something. Let's see. So, maybe I should just write in what these are. So these are 2, 3, 5, 6. And these aren't 5, is what is being pointed out. So these are only 2, 3, or 6. If one of these is a 3, that's a 6. So does that mean this is never a 6? It does. This cell can never be a 6, because if this cell is a 6, it makes these a 2, 3 pair, which then makes that a 6. Which is weird, but true. Oh, these two are the same high-lowity. So, oh, sorry. I was supposed to remove... No, these can't... Oh, sorry. It's not these that can't be 5, unfortunately. This is the one that can't be 5. So it's still true, though, that this can't be 6. Because if this was a 6, it would force these to be 2, 3, which would then force that to be 6. So this still can't be 6, even though I did that completely wrong. This is just never 3 for the much simpler reason that if this was 3, both of these would be 6, and that's not going to work. So either these are 5, 6 with this being a 1, 2, or this is a 6 with these being a 2, 3. That's a good spot. So one of these is yellow, because they're different colors, and one of them is yellow, and therefore these are both purple. Has been called. So if that's purple, then these are all purple, which means all of these are yellow, which means that's yellow, which means these are both purple. Insane. Cool. Let's see. So, right. So now if this was a 5, it would make this a 2 or a 3, and 5 and 2, 3 would be the same color, which does not work. So this is never a 5. Wowza. That was D-Web's point. That was very cool. These two are the same color. And it's the opposite of the color that 1 is. So the point is these two are therefore also the same color. Because these two are the same color because of this whisper, and these two are the other color. See, people are saying more simply I can handle this. I'm trying to understand why. So these two are the same color. If these two... That's the point. These two are the same color. If it was yellow, then both of these would be purple. that doesn't work. So these are purple, and that's yellow. So these are yellow by the column. This is now purple by the box or row. Take your pick. Is it just sheer chance that this almost exact same grid worked out so well with this German Whispers coloring? Because this is flowing insanely smoothly for what is going on. So one of these is purple, and therefore that's yellow. So therefore that's purple. And so therefore both of these are yellow, and therefore that's purple, and that's purple. And so these two are the same color, remember, so that's also purple. So these are both yellow, and these are both purple. And these are both yellow by the box. And that's yellow by the column, and that's purple by the box. Thank you for letting me finish coloring before I had to fill in these things. So now purple is yellow, so yellow is high. So did I say purple is yellow? Yellow is 4 is yellow, so yellow is high. And purple is low, so that's not a 5 or a 6. That is not a 6 either. These are from 1, 2, 3. So in fact, let's actually just do it. All the yellows are from 4, 5, 6. Ooh, that was trippy. That's not what I intended to do, though. All the yellows are from 4, 5, 6. All the purples are from 1, 2, 3. So we can do that. These aren't 4. That's not 1. If that's not 1, that's not 4. That's not 4 either, so that is 4. So that's not 4, although I knew it wasn't going to be 4 if I looked at that. That's not 4 either, because, again, 4 would only go next to 1. So that's a 5, 6 pair in the row, so that's a 4. And therefore that's a 4. And therefore that's a 4. And we've placed all the 4s. Unfortunately, I think we placed all the... Oh, no, we didn't place all the 4s not on Whispers, because now that's a 1. Because 1 is the only thing that is 3 away from 4 in this universe. No 1s, no 1. Oh, I didn't place the 4 in box 2. Oh, very sad for the 4 in box 2. Thank you, Ambrose. Poor 4. These are a 2, 3 pair, so therefore that had better be a 1. And so that's a 1. And so that's a 1. And so that's a 1. And now I think we've placed all the 1s, except for the one I'm forgetting about. You know which one it is. Let's see. So now we've got the 2, 3 pair. One of these is a 3. 3 only goes next to 6. So therefore that's a 6 and that's a 5. That's a 6 and a 5. That's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 6 and a 5. That's a 5 and a 6. It's a 5 and a 6. Let's see. 5 does indeed go next to 2 or 3. 6 goes next to 2 or 3. 6 goes next to 2 or 3. I'm clearly missing something. What am I blind to? 5 does not go next to 3. 5 does not go next to 3. Correct. 5 and 3 are only 2 apart, even though they sound 3 apart. You have to admit they sound 3 apart. Like 3 and 7. I think 3 and 7 in regular Whispers, it always sounds like those are far enough apart. Lovely puzzle and an insane follow-up. That was so ridiculously smooth for this incredibly original 6x6 design. Very smooth coloring there. Absolute setting snipe for sure. Alrighty, let me dig up another buckety puzzle. One moment. I'm going to find something live, which I usually do not do. Have I done this Tallcat puzzle before? I don't think I have. There seems to be a Tallcat killer. MicroStudy will confirm if we have done it before or not. MicroStudy is in charge of... Yeah, someone's just going to give me that same puzzle, but with region sum lines. That would be amazing. So we have a Vanilla Killer by Tallcat, with lots of 5-cell 17 cages. I'm gonna just guess this cell as a bet tree, but if someone would like to do that, that is okay. So there are two forms of vanilla 17 cage. Oh, I need to turn on the killer calculator so that I can just show you this, and then I don't have to argue for you why it's true. I will see how many people think there's too much killer calculator math in my latest puzzle. I'll be interested to see. There's a little killer calculator stuff in it. Although you have to do it without a calculator because you can't have access to it. So anyway, there's two flavors of 5-cell killer cage in 17, and so therefore I'm going to make those red and blue. And what that means is immediately I know that these are sort of the two versions of that. So like the 8 and 9 in the row are certainly here and here. Interestingly enough. This 22 cage, though, is going to do something interesting, because the 22 cage, it always has a 9 in it. And so, therefore, we're going to get an X-wing on 9s, is what's going to happen here, because one of these two cells has to be a 9. You can't put a 9 in a 5-cell 17 cage. And one of these two has to be a 9. Can't put a 9 in a 5-cell 17 cage. You might have heard this one before. And so now the 20 cage can't have a 9 in it, which tells us what it is exactly, and is going to then give us an X-wing on 8s. But let me just explain this real quick. I'm allowed to put 2 9s in column 5 and column 9 in total. And what you find when you do that is that I also need one of them to be yellow and one of them to be green, and therefore I don't have any 9s left. So I can't put any more 9s anywhere. That's what we call an X-wing. And so therefore this cage doesn't have that, and so it is therefore 5, 7, and 8. So maybe that fixes the 16 cage, because the 16 cage can't have 2 of those numbers in it. So it can't have 5 and 8. It can't have 5 and 7. That might be all it can't be. But we'll figure that out. But anyway, the point is now neither of these is 8. And so now we come backwards over here and see that now one of these is 8 in each case. So we get a little X-wing on 8s now, because this rules 8 out of both of those. And so now there's no 8 in this cage. And so now this is a 6, 7, 9 cage. Like that. So we can sort of fill that in. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the green and just make it yellow, just so that I have these kept track of smoothly. Let's see. Okay, so makes an 8-9 pair in box 5. Right. That's gorgeous. Right. So the point is, because of the X-wing, these aren't 8 or 9. Because you can't put an 8 or a 9 in a 5-cell 17 cage. These aren't 8 or 9, which gives us a hidden 8-9 pair in this box. Gorgeous spot that would have taken me way longer than I would like to admit to see, even though it's very well telegraphed that that's what we should be looking at. So now this is a 17 cage that has an 8 or a 9 in it. So any of the ones that don't have 8 or 9 as the highest digit are verboten. Similarly, over here, we have an 8 or a 9. Now, for this one, that is quite restrictive. These can only now be 1, 2, 4 or 1, 3, 4. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. It's being pointed out I can rule out 6 from this cage, so that gives me a little bit more leverage. There's always a 1 and a 4. I agree with that. I'm trying to decide. So definitely that gives me a weird sort of swordfish on 1s in these columns. I don't know that that's going to do anything. But this is all contained in 3 columns. And there's 3 1s in them. So as well as 3 2s. As well as 3 3s, right? Is there a 3 in both ways to make the 17 cage? Yes. So yeah, so these 2 are not 1, 2, or 3. So these are at least 4. For whatever that is worth. I cheated on 2 and 3. Oh, I did cheat on 2 and 3. You're right. Sorry, it's wrong. Right. I only have 1 of 2 and 3 in here. I don't know which one. Right. It's 2 or 3, not 2 and 3. Okay. I would love to know that this has to be red and not blue. Right. It actually is true because the 2 and 3 are always in these cells regardless. I didn't need that they were in the cage. So we have that actually. And so actually, yeah, we have that. So it is still true that these are that, because my argument that these cells contain 3 1 2 3s is definitely true. Now, do I need a 4 in here? I don't think so. Well, there's always a 1 2 or 3 in one of these cages, so this is always 1 2 3. I can just see by the killer calculator I need a 1 2 3, and it's not one of those, so it is this one. For whatever that is going to matter. I can place 9 in row 4. Ah, yeah, that's amazing. So several people in chat apparently saw this. I missed it. So none of these digits are 9. These digits aren't 9. So one of these is 9, but the only place one of them that can be 9 is that. So we get a 9 here, and we get to do a 9 dance. Ba-doop ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop ba-doop, ba-doop ba-doop, ba-doop ba-doop, ba-doop ba-doop, woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. That is not a second 9, despite my best efforts. Now, Jaleb says we can do the same thing with 8 in row 6, because I can't put an 8 in either of these cells, because it would put an 8-9 pair in a 17 cage. I can't put an 8 in a box with an 8-9 pair, and so therefore the 8 in this row goes in one of these cells, and it can only be that one because of the 5-7-8 triple in the box. Gorgeous. Very well spotted, Jaleb. Also no 7 in here, but I guess I already handled that. So there is an 8 in one of these two cells. I don't imagine that's going to be useful. There is a 9 in one of these two cells. I don't imagine that's going to be useful. Is that your favorite one, Josh? MicroStudy might fight you over which is the best of the dances. Do I have 1 2 3s taken in all of these? So how many 1, 2, 3s are there in these things? So that's 3 of them, 6 of them. And I need 2 of them in here, I think is what I saw. Yes, I need 2 of them in there. So we're currently at 8 of the 1, 2, 3s for this column. Does this need 1 of them? No. No, it does. No, it doesn't, because it could be 4, 5, 7. So... Oh, it's the point over here. It's the point about box 4. It's the same point. So yeah, so actually that's much bigger. It's much better than it was over there. Because I know the 1, 2, 3 in this box are in here, and so that's 9 1, 2, 3s. This 16 cage doesn't have any 1, 2, 3s in it, and therefore, by the magic of the killer calculator, it's exactly 4, 5, 7. Okay, that is unexpected. So this is a 17 cage, and it's not 4, 5, or 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, or 6 are the only options for this digit. Oh, right. The point is, look at those together. So all of these cells, so we can actually, we need Jovi around to tell us what you call it if you have a fish, but on 6 things. So like a squirm bag or something, I don't know. But we have a total of 18 1, 2, 3s for in these. So I can't put any more 1, 2, 3s in those columns, which means we actually get in row 1 and row 9 a hidden 1, 2, 3 triple. So the bet tree is a 1, 2, 3. It's weird that we got that in 2 rows instead of 3 rows. That feels like I did something wrong, but I don't think so. I think it's because of the weird shape of the region that I was doing stuff with. So I know that this 1, 2, 3 goes in one of these 2 cells in this 17 cage, and I'm wondering if that's the kind of thing I want to play. That's the kind of game I want to play here. Uh, I'm willing to if I have to. That's an easy spot from DWeb. I mean, the spot wasn't easy, but it's once DWeb says it, it's easy to see. The 9 in this box goes here. Let's see. So it's going to put a 9 in one of these 2 cells. And now there's a unique spot for 8 in this box, which is going to do a lot of work. Because now 8, remember, can't go there. It can't go in a 17 cage, and we sort of blocked off all the rest of it. So now that's an 8, resolving our 8 X-Wing, which then resolves our 9 X-Wing. And so we get all of that. This is a gorgeous puzzle. So we have all of that going on. Let's see, that probably does some more stuff. It places that 9. Places that 9. Let's see. 9 in box 3 I already got. Let's see. That's not 9. That's not 8, apparently. Carl says this has to be from 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to understand why. 6 in box 1. Ah! 6 in box 1. That's nice. 6 in box 1 now is forced into this 17 cage. So this is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 as a cage. But I know that this one's not 5, just because it sees the 4, 5, 7 cage. And so this one is the other one. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Because if I tried to make it the same, I would have a quintuple in 6 cells, which is not going to work. Now, does that immediately do anything? If this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, I notice it does create a quintuple in this column. So these would have to be, in that universe, 5, 6, 8, 9. Wait. Oh, sorry. These would have to be 5, 6, 8. So this would have to be exactly 6. And these two would have to be a 5, 8 pair. That looks okay, unfortunately. Let's see. 5 and 7 in column 9 look into row 3, column 9. To then left, making 5 and 7 in the 17 cages in row 3. Right. The 5 and 7 in this row, this is Nicholas's point, are definitely in these cages, because that's not the 5 or the 7. So the 7 is in one of these 3 cells, so it's not in one of these. And the 5 is in one of these 3 cells, so it's not there, is Nicholas's point. And maybe that gives us another 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. Maybe not quite. It gets close. 8 in row 2, More Crabs points out, does not go there, and so it can only go here, actually, once you contemplate Sudoku. So that's a 9 and that's an 8, which makes these 1, 2, 4. Which seems helpful, probably, maybe, possibly, who knows. If those are 1, 2, 4, what are these? Well, they're not 5, 7, and they're not 1, 2, or 4. These are 3, 6 now. So that places a 6 in one of these 2 cells by Sudoku, because of the Jovi on 6s here. Let's see. Okay, what is this now? This is now 1, 3, 5 or 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's smart. The 6 in box 1 we already proved is in the 17 cage. We used that earlier. DWeb points out we just did not mark it. So these can't be 6, so that actually places the 6 right away if we pay attention. And we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple now. So now these are the other ones. The ones that aren't 1, 2, 3, or 4. So these are 5, 7, or 8, and these aren't 7, making these a 5, 8 pair, which then makes that a 7 and a 5. And now I know these aren't 1, 3, 5, so now these are 2, 3, 4, which makes this the other one. And the other one is not 2, 3, or 4, and not 6 or 7. The other one's a 1. Means those aren't 1. Wait a minute. Oh, no. That's right. I was thinking we had proven that there couldn't be a 1 in here, but we actually used this whole string of 6 cells to place the 1. So yeah, one of those is a 1. Okay. So that's never a 3, at least. Yeah, one of these two is a 3. That one points at these two ones, is being pointed out. That's true. Oh, wow. Okay. I now understand why Carl said this had to be 1, 2, 3 before. Nicholas, well, Nicholas just said it has to be 1, 2, 3, but this time I understood it. It's because this cell actually sees 4, 5 here, it sees 6 here, and it sees 7, 8, 9 in the column. So this actually is 1, 2, 3. Carl said that much earlier. I just didn't understand what was happening at the time. So that's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column, which makes these a 4, 5 pair. Which means that one of these two is a 4 or a 5. Because there's always a 4 or a 5 in there. Yeah, and these 1, 2, 3s go here, so this is not a 5, is D-Web's point. And I had 5, oh right, so one of these is really a 5. And so if one of these is really a 5, these aren't 5, and therefore that is 5. And now there's not a 4. Oh, there already wasn't a 4 in this cage. It had a 6 in it. Why do I have 4s pencil marked here? That would have been a much easier thing to get rid of. But these now aren't 4, so that is. This isn't 2 or 3. So that is 1, 5, or 6. Now if red wants a 4, it gets it exactly there. If red is not that, then red is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 again. Oh, red can't have a 5 in it. So red is not 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I feel like it should have been easy to figure out that these two couldn't be the same, but I could never figure it out. But I do now know this isn't 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, because that 4, 5 pair and that 5 collectively see the whole cage. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. These aren't 1 or 4. That one's also not 4. That one's also not 4. So that one is 4, making that 5 and 4. And now because of the row now, this one is the other one. This is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So let's see. That's not a 6, apparently. None of these are 5s. That's not a 4. So, like before, the 7 in this row now has to go in one of these two cells, and so these two aren't 7. And the 6 in this row has to go in one of these 3 cells, so that one's not 6. Let's see. But that 4, 7 pair looks down at that cell, so actually that's the one that's the 7. And that 2, 3 also looks at that cell, which makes that a 1. And now that 2-3 pair looks across, which makes that a 6 and a 3, and makes that a 7 and a 6, and makes that a 2 and a 3, which makes that a 2 and a 3. So let's see. And these are a 2, 3, 6 triple now. They're not 1 anymore. Or 6. No, they're not 1. Yeah, so they're just a 2, 3, 6 triple, and that one's not 3, and that one's not 6. So these are a 1, 5 pair. I want to just good lift this cell and see if I can use the fact that it can't be 1 or 5, but not for any particularly good reason. That's a 4 now. Those are a 1, 2 pair, making that a 3, making that a 4. That's a 1 now, just by Sudokulology. So that's a 1 just by Sudokulology. That's now become a 2 and a 1, and a 5 and a 1, and a 6. These are not 4, 5, 6. So the absolute minimum of these now is 7 and 5, which is 12. So this is never a 3 anymore. That's not a 1. Who knows what that is? Let's see. So these are... Oh, that's just a naked 7 now. That's the only option. So these are a 2, 3 pair, because they're not 1, 4, or 7. So that's not a 2. That's not a 1. These are a 5, 6 pair now, making that a 2, which makes that a 3 and a 1. So no 7 there, no 3 there. Let's see, this digit should be a write-in, because it's not 2, 3, or 6. It is a 4. In the rest of the box, we've got a few things, namely a 6 and an 8 and a 5, it would seem. In this box and this box, we've got some more things that we can fill in, like a 7 and a 5 and a 4, and a 7 and a 4. That 2, 3 pair makes this not a 2 or a 3. It makes it a 6 or a 7. Let's fill in these cells over here. So this has become a 4. There's a 1, 2, 3 pair in this box, so that's a... Sorry, so this is a 7 or an 8. I clicked the wrong button. A 1, 2, 3 pair. By 1, 2, 3 pair, I meant 1, 2, 3 triple, of course. There's a 2, 3 in this column, so this is a 6 or a 7. One of these two is a 9 for sure. Okay. 2 pair in box 8. Ah, right. 1, 2 pair in box 8. Right. This 1, 2 pair saves us from having to think about the bet tree. So that's a 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 2 and a 1. And now these two need to sum to 13, and they can't be 4, 9. So these are 5, 8, or 6, 7. But there's a 6, 7, 9 triple in this box, is being pointed out. So that's actually a 5. Thank you, Nicholas. And so, therefore, this is an 8 in order to make that work. So that's a 7 and a 6 and a 9 and a 7. A 7 and a 6. And an 8 and a 6, making that a 5 and an 8 and a 5 and a 6 and a 9. And our last digit is a 2. So congratulations to all the 2-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a lovely puzzle, Tallcat. I know Tallcat is not presently watching, but I suspect Tallcat will watch at a later date. That was awesome. Has that one not been on CTC yet? That feels like the ultimate in CTC bait for puzzles. I absolutely adored that one. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break just to stretch a little bit, and then I will be back shortly. All right, welcome back. You'll never guess what happened. While I was streaming that puzzle, we've had a couple more submissions in the Zeta Tris series. So I've got to do these. So one by Palfly and one by Florian. I pulled them both up. If I somehow forget to do the one by Florian, remind me to do the one by Florian. So these things are thermometers. So digits go up along these. Oh, sorry. This lines are a thermometer or a whisper. Interesting. Okay, so uh oh, that's cute. Okay. So a line is either a thermometer or a German whisper, but if it's a German whisper, then the circle has to be odd because then it's not a thermobulb, then it's an odd circle. Very nice. Okay, that's a very cute rule set. So either digits are at least four apart. Oh, our German whispers here have a difference of at least four. This is going to break my brain, I can already tell you. Or it's a thermo, which just means the digits go up, 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 up. Okay, so if this was a thermo, it would be minimum 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'd be entirely forced, which doesn't work because these two see too many digits. So let me just show you. If this is a thermo, what happens? It's a little bit tricky, but I'll show you with Mark. What happens is if this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because these two cells both see that string, they only can be one. So this is definitely not a thermo. It is therefore a German whisper. And therefore this digit must be a 5 because it has to be odd and it can't be 1, and there aren't any digits 4 away from 3. So that's a 5. And now this has to be at least 4 away from 5, so it's a 1. So I'll hit the 4 button. Therefore this is a 5 or a 6. This is a 1 or a 2, and this is a 5 or a 6. Like that. Oh, this is a 1 just by Sudoku, because I need to place a 1 somewhere in this box, and that's the only place it's going. These aren't 5 or 6. So one of these has to be 6. One of these is 4, because the column needs a 4. In order to make that work. See, if this is a whispers, these would have to be a 2-6 pair exactly, because of the inability to be a 1. Is these being a 2-6 pair immediately broken? That's a good spot. I probably should have put that together, but I did not. But Carl has the good spot. This can't be odd if this is a German whispers. If this is a German whispers, this digit has to be odd, which would make it a 3. But you can't put a 3 on a German whispers in this puzzle because the difference is at least 4. So this is not a whispers. This is a thermo. We'll make it orange because it's hot. This is a minimum 2, so this is a minimum of 3. So this is a 3, 5, or 6. 3, 5, or 6. Thermos don't have odd bulbs. Only whispers have odd bulbs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is obviously a German whispers and has been from the very beginning, because if this were a thermo, that would be a 4, and there's a given 4 in the row. So this is definitely a whispers. I'm sure chat has pointed that out, and it has just been one of the many things that I've been like, I'll think about that later. So this is a 5. And so these are 5 or 6. These are all 1 or 2. So this is a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 6 because of the difference there. So this isn't a 6. There's a 2 down here, and it has to go in the bulb by Sudoku. And there's a 6, and it has to go here by Sudoku. And so these are a 3-5 pair. That's a 5, which makes that a 3, and that a 5, and that a 4. And these two are a 3-5. And if these are a 3-5, that certainly means that this is a thermo and not a whisper, because 3 and 5 aren't far enough apart. So I'm assuming that means this whole conflagration is a thermo. Certainly means that's a 1. Wait, what did I do? Oh, right. Thermos don't need to have odd bulbs. So this is a 2. So then that definitely makes this a thermo because it doesn't have an odd bulb. I was just slightly concerned that maybe this could be a whisper while that was a thermo, but because this is a 2, I don't even have to think about it. Let us grab these. So those are a 4-6 pair, making that a 1 and that a 3 and that a 5. These digits are both even. And because they're both even, that digit's not odd. It sees every odd digit, and so therefore this is a thermo type thing. So the digits that remain in this row must read like that. So we get that all happening. This digit is a 3. That digit's a 6. That's a 3. So let us mark the remaining cells in the grid. So we get a 2, a 4, a 6, a 3, a 4, and a 2. Lovely puzzle, Palfly. That is the second Palfly 6x6. That was lovely. I really liked the rule set there. That was very interesting. The circle has to be odd if it's a German whisper, so the circle has something to do is just a hilarious idea, and it played very well in this particular instance. So great work there. Oh, there's apparently also a 9x9 with it. I'd do the 9x9. So next, before I forget, we also have the Florian puzzle with this. So we have normal rules here for these things. So these have a ratio of 2 to 1. These have a difference of at least 3. So normal rules is at least 3 for these. So let us recall that. And this digit is the sum of these two, which is the sum of these two. And these 3 actually are the sum to that one. So that's got to be a 6, with these being a 1, 2, 3. And that's a 6. And these are a 4, 5 to make that work. So these are from 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 1, apparently. So the remaining 1, 2, 3 is assuredly here. So this is always a 4 or a 5. Because I need a low digit in these two cells, or I've got a serious issue to resolve. Let's see. So in this column, the only high digit this can be is a 5. Is that a problem if this is a 5? Because if this is a 5, then these would be a 1, 2 pair. Is that a problem? I'm being told that this is definitely a 5. I don't quite understand why yet. Oh, that one. That one. Yes, that's a good cell to look at. So this cell is the sum of these two and the sum of these two. So it's automatically at least 3, and it's not 4 or 6. So we just have to rule out the possibility that it is 3. And if it is 3, then these would be a 1, 2, and these would be a 1, 2. And the problem is, if this is a 1-2 pair, this black dot has nothing to do. Because it couldn't be 2, 4, because it's not a 4. So this has to be a 5, which is a very good spot. And so, in fact, these are 1, 2, 3. So these are from 1, 2, 3. These are from 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 1. Now, this Renban is very interesting because it's got a 1, 2, 3 and a 4, 5, 6 on it. So that's got to be a 3 and a 4, making that a 5 and a 4. Making these not 3 anymore. In fact, it can only be a 1 because only 1 is far enough away from 4. So that makes that a 2. Makes this not a 4 because 4 isn't far enough away from 2. Okay. That now is a 1 just by Sudoku. So these digits... Oh, that's a 1 just by Sudoku as well. So that's a 3. So these two digits are known. They are 5 and 6. And that's a 4, actually. It's a 5 and a 4. So this is a 6 or a 1. Those are the only options for this cell based on this black dot. So if this is 5 and 1, it's 2 and 4. If this is 6 and 1, it's 4 and 3. I think I'm happy with all of those options, at least at first blush. One of these is the 6 for the column, so this isn't a 6. Let's see. Oh, 6 plus 4 isn't 5. That's an interesting theory. So let's workshop that. So the sum of these two digits is supposed to be equal to that. And apparently it's not just supposed to be divisible by that. So if this is a 6, then we have a problem that these two sum to 10, and 10 and 5 are different numbers. So in fact, that's a 1 and a 2, and a 3, and that's a 2. By the way, as soon as this is a 3, this has to be a 6. I don't know how long that's been there, but it's been there for probably long enough that I didn't even have to realize that 10 and 5 were different numbers if I'd realized it. So let us mark up this thing. So this is a 2-digit sum to 5 that doesn't have a 2 in it, so it's a 4 and a 1, and we know the order now. This is a 5, so we know the order of it. So we've got all of that. And so now it's being pointed out that there's another fancy thing. 6 plus 1 is 7, so 4 plus this had better be 7. So that's got to be a 3 and a 2 and a 6 and a 3 and a 2 and a 6 and a 3. Lovely take on the MicroStudy heart. Greatly appreciated, Florian. Was quite fun to do that. I love doing these little 6x6s like this. It is so fun, and things are over so quickly. And in the time that I have been doing that, we have a new 6x6. So we have one now by Josh. So let's look at this one. So now we've got another region sum line. So same as the other region sum line, although it's gotten thick since the last puzzle. And we have this arrow, so that says that this digit is the sum of these digits. So this digit's at least 5, because that one's at least 2. So 2 plus 1 plus 2 is 5. So this is at least 5 or 6. The sum here is at least 6. Oh, 6 doesn't work, actually. Because if this is a 2, then I'd need these two to sum to 6, but they can't. Oh, maybe I should do the easy thing first, which is that this digit is the sum of these 3. It's so far away. How was I supposed to see that, Ambrose? So this digit is the sum of these 3, and so it had better be that those 3 are 1, 2, 3. This is therefore 4 by Sudoku. That's 6 by magic. I'm going to bet you that's not a 6. because if that was a 6, then I would need these two to sum to 10, which would not work without repeating a 5 in the column. So that's going to be the 6 over there. So these are a 5 and a 6. This is always a 2 or a 3. That's certainly not the 5 in the row, because then these two would need to both be a half. So that's going to be a 5. So these are a way to sum to 9. And so a thing that I always forget is that in a 6 by 6, there's only 2 ways to make a 9. Ranks had a puzzle about that the other day that I just... I always sort of forget that weird difference. It always feels like, oh, 9's the one you can make a bajillion D ways. But of course, you can't make it a bajillion D ways in a 4 by 4. These are a 1, 3, and a 5. Now, these... So this is a 2 or a 3. If this was a 2, I would need these to add to 4, which would make them 1, 3, but they can't be anymore. So this has to be a 3, with these being a 1, 2. And this is even going to tell us the order of the 1 and the 2, making that a 5. Making that a 5. Making that, making that a 4, which makes that also a 4, and makes these a 1, 3. And because of that 3, I actually know the 1 and the 3. And so that's a 6 and a 3. And so we got a 2 and a 4. So then we just have to figure out what goes in this row is a 2. So that's a 1 and a 2. And now these are 4, 5, and 6, but I know where the 4 goes. Oh, I also could have figured out how to make this sum work. So this sum needs to be 6, so it better be 1, 5 in that order. I was like, how am I going to finish this? I don't think there's enough information, but if you ignore one of the 3 clues in the puzzle, it turns out it becomes difficult to finish the puzzle. So that's a 6 and a 5, and a 6 and a 5, and a 3, a 6, and a 2. Lovely puzzle, Josh. I quite enjoyed that as well. Thank you, everyone, for all of the very cool 6 by 6s. I am impressed by how many people have been able to set a 6 by 6 to this template in this amount of time. Alrighty. Let us have a look next at this starwarigami puzzle. So this is a starwarigami puzzle called the 3-color theorem. So we have normal killer rules, which just means digits don't repeat in cages. However, in this puzzle, there are 3 distinct cage totals, and no 2 touching cages can have the same total. So we, of course, can sort of start, if we want, by just giving these 3 arbitrary colors, because these 3 all touch each other, so they all have to be different. And so this one over here is not yellow or purple, so it is green. This one is not yellow or green, so it is purple. And that might be the... Oh, no, this one is yellow. Right, this one's yellow because it's not purple or green, so it's yellow. This is therefore green. This one is not green or green. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. Now, I can actually do a little bit, maybe, of math. Let's see. I mean, I know the 3 totals need to sum to 45. Oh, this one is definitely purple. It's being pointed out. So I don't have to think about math yet. Thank you, Jaleb. Because this touched green and yellow. Okay, you've saved me from math. So now this is green in the continuing story of being saved from math. This is now purple again. This is now yellow because it touches those 2. So this is purple. This is green. It's a lot of green. Let's see. So, weirdly, I know that green plus purple plus yellow is 45. So that cell, I think, is the sum of those two, right? Yes. That cell is the sum of those two. Right? Row 6, 7 of column 1. Sorry, somehow I've turned off row and column labels again. Do I know this one isn't green? I don't think I know it's not green, but people in chat know it's not green. These two I know are both none green and different, and so therefore this is green. I can do that one. These are the two none green colors. Got it. Okay. These two are the none green colors, so this one must be green. That's what people in chat are saying. I get it now. It's funny. I was explaining... As I was saying I didn't understand chat's point, I was explaining chat's point in a different place in the grid. I could throw down a random bet tree. We'll try that for a bet tree. Okay, so that is a beautiful spot to JLib. So green is 15. Because if green is not 15, then we have a problem. And so here's the way to think about it. The minimum of green is 15, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, green can be made in 2, so therefore it's only 15, 16, or 17. However, it's not 16 or 17, because if it was 16 or 17, these two would both be either 7, 9, or 8, 9, because there's a unique way to make 16 and 17 in 2, which would break. So it is, in fact, 15. These are 6, 7, 8, 9. These are... Sorry, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. Now, so one of so purple sums to more than 15 because it's not exactly 15, and yellow sums to less than 15 because of that's how the world works. I see a bunch of people in chat are agreeing with me because they're explaining the same thing. So yellow sums to less than 15, purple sums to more than 15 for whatever that is presently worth. So let's see. Yes, and yellow and purple are both 2-digit sums. That's definitely true. Because the minimum value of yellow is 1, 2, 3, 4 because of this cage. Let's see. Yeah, these two sum to the same as yellow, which means that this digit is the sum of these two digits. Which is going to do something interesting. Right. If this is purple, okay, I understand now. If this is purple, then the sum is more than 15, so these would have to be from 6, 7, 8, 9, and that would give me too many digits. So this is not purple, it's yellow, using the fact that purple's bigger than 15, and yellow is smaller. And so as soon as that's yellow, this is purple. Which now means we have a similar joke here. This digit is the sum of these two. Which means that this digit No, that digit goes there. No. These sum to green. Right, these sum to green, and so therefore that digit is the same as that digit. That's the thing that I get out of that. Because all of them together, because of this box, yellow, purple, and green sum to 45, and so that means this box sums to, well, yellow, purple, and something. So these must sum to green, and if these sum to green, well, these also sum to green, so therefore these two are the same, is the point. And this digit is the sum of those two. That is the way that works. Let's see. DWeb was initially skeptical, but eventually was won over to my my side. If I make this yellow, I can't put 8 or 9 in it. And that makes this column really weird. So if I make this yellow, I don't have a great bifurcation yellow, so we'll just go with the slightly different yellow, and you can see if you can tell that these yellows are different. I can't put 8 or 9 here, so I have to put 8 and 9 in these cells. Is that bad? It doesn't sound good. Yeah, I certainly can't put 8 and 9 here, so I have to put one of 8 and 9 here. I think this is not worth it. I think it's close, though. It's very close to breaking. If I make this yellow. I think this is definitely purple. So row 9, column 4 have to go into row 6, column 7 by the same logic. Maybe, but I don't see it if it does. But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means I don't see it. Let's see. So it's not row 9. Right. Does row 6, column 7... Oh, row 9, column 4 have to go into row 6, column 7. Again, I don't see it, but it's possible. Because of the math on box 8. So the point is these all sum to yellow. These all summing to yellow is really crazy, actually, because I know this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So these all sum to yellow. This is Nell's point. And if these all sum to yellow, and these three also sum to yellow, I think that means that this digit is the sum of these two, or something. Circle can't be 9, because if circle is 9, then yellow would be at least 15. Because, again, these all sum to yellow. And so that does not work. So this is not a 9. And these numbers have to be really small because at absolute most, yellow is 14. And so if this is 6, that means the maximum sum of these is 8. So these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, people are pointing out purple is actually smaller than 18. So purple can only be 16 or 17 because one of these two dominoes has to be purple, and you can't make 18 in 2 cells. Sorry, or 5. I don't know why I just omitted 5 for no good reason. This cell, though, is the sum of these two, right? Yeah, this cell is the sum of these two cells. So this cell here is huge, and it's going to put a constraint on this cell, because these two together sum to that one. So this is at most 3, and this is at least 7. Because of that. And I think I agree with Nicholas that that makes this black circle, because these... Oh, not quite. I don't think that math is quite right because of that cell. Where do 1, 2, and 3 go in row 7? So I can only put a 3 in this domino if it goes with a 9. Because I think we showed that yellow isn't 11. Right, yellow is at minimum. Yellow is at minimum 12. So why is yellow at least 13? Oh, because if yellow is 12, purple's 18. That's the point. And we know purple's not 18. So yellow needs to be at least 13. So there can't be a 1, 2, 3 in here. Yeah, so that was this argument about purple can't be 18, which says that yellow can't be 12. So there's no 1, 2, 3s in here at all. And so there's 2 1, 2, 3s over here. What does that tell me? Good luck, Nell. I'm so confused. I feel like in 10 minutes I'm going to go like, oh, that point that Nell made before was correct. And now I understand it, but I've yet to understand it. Row 9, column 5, 6. So these two sum to yellow. So this digit is the sum of these two. That's the point. This digit is the sum of these two. That's the thing I think that I get out of this. Because these two sum to yellow and these 3 sum to yellow. So that digit is the sum of these two. So this digit is a minimum of 3. But if it is 3, then yellow would have to be 12, and that doesn't work. So this is at most, or so this is at least 4. And therefore, these are from 1, 2, 3. Because I need to put 3 1, 2, 3s in the row, and I have nowhere else to put them. Okay, got it. I got there slowly, but I believe you now. So certainly the last 6, 7, 8, 9 is in here, right? If I don't use a 6, 7, 8, 9 in here, I get nowhere big enough. So there's a virtual 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple here, which means that this cell's always a 4 or a 5. And so, well, certainly, therefore, that's not a 5. Yes, Screaming Ice Cube, I agree with that. And these two sum to at most 8, and I need this to therefore be at least 5 in order to possibly get there. And I think actually this being 5 doesn't work, because if this is a 5, these are sum to at most 7. So actually this just is a 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, so if I don't use a 1, 2, 3 in here, these are at least 4, 5. Right. If I don't use a 1, 2, 3 in here, these are at least 4, 6, because of the fact that I've already used 4 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. And 4, 6 plus a number that's at least 6 is too many. So there's always a 1, 2, 3 in here. And so so More Crab's point is that actually we have a virtual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple in here. And in fact, actually one of these is a 1, 2, 3, and it's the same as that one. So this is only a 1, 2, 3, and we get these 6, 7, 8, 9s hanging out in the column. So now this cage sums to an absolute minimum of 14. Whereas yellow sums to a maximum, I don't remember. I think yellow sums to a maximum of 14. But I could be wrong. This is a 4 or 5, we know, just to finish out the row. And we know that these two are the same digit, I might as well point out. Let's give those a, like, blue X sort of vibe. These two sum to blue X. Okay, these two sum to blue X. And are... Right, these two sum to blue X, and one of them is bigger than 5. So blue X definitely isn't 6. Oops, definitely is not 6. It also seems to not be 9 from previous work. How did I know that it wasn't 9? Or did I not actually know that and I just removed it for no reason? Did I know that this wasn't 9 for sure? Oh yeah, if this is 9, these needed to be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order to stop from getting there, and that would be too much. So yes, this can't be 9 because these would need to add to 6, and that would create a sextuple from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are both not 6. Hey, Casey. Wait, did I screw this up? I think I screwed this up. Still not 9. These two sum to that cell. And the thing I said was blue wasn't 6, so blue's not 6. So that's, which I could have gotten for free from the fact that that was that. Yep, agree. I did do that thing that you said in chat was bad. Okay. So there's 1, 6, 7, 8, 9 here in these two cells. And then there's 2 up there. If blue was 7, I would need these to be 1, 6. Is that a problem? I'm trying to understand D-Web's point. I don't see why blue circle isn't 7 yet. Oh, somehow I have a blue circle and a blue X, but I actually meant for these to be the same. Right. I know that this is at least 13 because we proved it's not 12, so it's not 7. That's the point. Okay, so that's much easier than what I was afraid of. Okay, agree. So this is 8 or 9. It is true by row 7, all of these sum to purple. And so those sum to 6, and then these sum to whatever they need to. I'm trying to understand Garian's point. I don't know what's meant by 3 of those combinations in this instance. I know these two sum to yellow. So this can't be 7 because of the fact that these two sum to yellow. So this is an 8 or a 9. In order to make this work. And it is the blue 8. No, is it the blue 8-9? It's not the blue 8-9 because these cells sum to purple plus green because of the fact that this is over here. I could take the 8 out. These cells sum to purple plus green. Did I really just say so these cells sum to yellow? Yes, I did. This is the none blue 8-9 because these two have the same sum as these two. However, this 4-5 is different from that 4-5. So this is like the 4-5x. This is like the blue x. For whatever that is worth. Is that what Garian was trying to get me to do? So these have the same sum, but their total is 9 plus 13 is... Their total is 9 plus 17. So it is 13. So this is Garian's point, and this is really slick. These 4 cells are 4 different numbers from 4, 5, 8, 9. So their total sum is 26. But it's also double yellow, and therefore yellow is 13. So that is the point, is that yellow is 13. And so therefore purple is 17. That's very clever. Garian claims it's not at all his point, but it's cool anyway. So it was chat's interpretation of your point. So green is 17. Sorry, not green. Purple is 17. So, purple is 17. So one of these is an 8-9 pair. Which is it? It's not that one. So it's this one. Is purple. This is an 8-9 pair, and therefore this one is yellow. Gorgeous. Okay, and so this is... we could do that like that. Like that. So now this is summing to 13 without 8 or 9, so it has to be 6, 7, right? There's no way that this is anything but 6, 7. So this is not 6, 7, it's 8 or 9. This is not 8 or 9, so it's 6 or 7. So we've got that. This is like the black 6, 7 and the OE 6, 7. Just to keep track of that. Row 7, column 6 sees an 8, 9 pair. My row 7, column 6 is pencil marked as 1, 2, 3, Math Pesto. Row 6, column 7, yes, that one I agree. This is a 6 or a 7. Let's see. So oh, this one. Ah, yes, this cell sees an 8, 9 pair. Got it. This sees those both of those 8, 9s. Okay, and yellow needs to sum once again to 13. So yeah, so okay, so yeah, those sum to 13. Okay, so the point that we'd like to make is that this sums to 3 times 45, whatever that number happens to be. And that if I do that, that's 45. That is 45. And these together, therefore, sum to 45, the highlighted ones. But also, these together sum to 45. And so Garian's point is that these two digits are the same digit. So that is black circle. That is at least Carl's interpretation. We'll see if chat... we'll see if Garian agrees that that is actually Garian's point or not. But that is Carl's interpretation of Garian's point, is that these are the same 6, 7. Does that do anything? Or is it just a nice thing? So purple is 17. So we know from the previous puzzle that this is at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's right. That does let us say that this is X. And black X goes with blue X, 8, 9 in green, right? Okay, that's true. Okay. Oh, blue X. Blue X. What am I doing? Thank you. Yes, that needs to be blue X, not blue O. No idea what was up with my brain there. So... if this is yellow, this needs to be a 1, 2, or 3. Which doesn't immediately seem like a problem. To me, at least. These two sum to blue 8, 9. Yeah. Uh, oh, right. Yellow is 13. What am I talking about? Yellow is 13. If this is yellow, this would need to be a 0. I don't know how in my brain my math came out that wrong. So this is purple, because it definitely sums to more than 13, because the minimum there is 13, and yellow is 13. I think in my brain I was still allowing for yellow to be 14, even though we know it's 13. Check the Scrabble bags, and there's not a 0 in it. That's fair. So these are collectively summing to 17. And so this is at most 4 in that instance. Because of that. Hey, Chef of Death. I hope you're doing well. I know there's a blue X in here for whatever that is worth. There's a 6 or 7 in here, but I don't think I know what color it is yet. Math Pesto is getting into some ugly cases. We can try and sort of figure out what's going on here. Noting that this cage... So 1, 2, a 6, 7, and a 6, 7, 8. Do I want to figure this out? So certainly it's at most 8, because the total here is 15. So there needs to be a 1 or a 2 in here, right? Because the minimum sum of the 2, 6, 7... So the minimum sum of the high digits in this cage is 6 plus 7, which is 13. And so it needs to go with a 1 or a 2, which means that's always a 1 or a 2. I agree with that. Could it be 8, 6, 1? These aren't 8, 9. Because 8, 9 sums to 17. Are these 6, 7? If these are 6, 7, it just works, because I could make those 6, 7 and put an 8 in here and a 9 there. So I think that all works out hunky-dory. This is 13. Can have a blue circle in it, I think. If this doesn't have the other 8, 9 in it, it's very restricted, because then if this doesn't have the blue 8, 9 exactly here, then this is at most 18, so it'd have to be 7, 6, 5 exactly. That doesn't work because there's a 6, 7 in the cage. That has to be blue 8, 9. That's the point. If this is not blue 8, 9, then there's no 8, 9s in this cage. And so then it sums to 17. It would have to be 7, 6, 5. That uses both the 6 and the 7. Did I do that right? I have a feeling that math was wrong. No, 7, 6, 4. Did I do that wrong? Now I feel like I'm doing this wrong. If this is not the 8, 9, then this is at most 7, 6, 5, which is 18. So it'd have to be 7, 6, 4, which is 17. No, that's right. This is right. This has to be the blue 8, 9. Because if it's not, I need to use the 6 and the 7 in the cage. So that is indeed the blue 8-9. Uh, uh, that's true. I could never put an 8-9 in a 4-cell 13 cage because the minimum of a 4-cell 13 cage, if I put an 8 in it, is 14, which is a problem. Agree with that assessment as well. I mean, it was exactly the same calculation as 8 plus 1, 2, 3. It was just the opposite of that calculation. But I don't think doing the big number version should be worse than doing the small number version. But it is true, I would not have had to think about this 6, 7 if I'd have done it that way around. Oh, these two digits are the same. No, that's not necessarily true. Never mind. No, these are not the same digit. Never mind. JLib is trying to make a parity point, but I've not really understood it. So I guess I know the sum of these two. Well, I mean, I already know the sum of this is 17, so that doesn't help. 5 does go in purple in box 8. I agree with that. So 5 goes with two digits that sum to 12. So it does not. So 7 is one of these. So 5 could go with 4, 8, or 3, 9. It doesn't help me. So we're claiming this is not a 1, 3, 4, 5 cage. Why is this not a 1, 3, 4, 5 cage? Someone in chat is at least claiming that this is not a 1, 3, 4, 5 cage. Oh, because it's got a black circle in it. Right, okay. So this has a black circle in it. And so it's got a 6 or 7 in it. So it's not 1, 3, 4, 5. And so it needs to have a 1 and a 2. So there's a 1 and a 2 up here. And so therefore, this sum is at most 17 minus 8. It's most 9 without a 1 or a 2. So these are from 3, 4, 5. Because they can't be 6, 7 either. So these are from 3, 4, 5, but could be 4, 5. They can't be 3, 4, though. So there's always a 5 in here, weirdly. Because these need to total to at least 8. And 3 and 4 don't. So this is not a 5. Okay, so does that do something interesting for my 4-cell 13 cage that's got a 6 or a 7 and a 1 and a 2? So I need a sum to... Oh, yeah, I guess the other way I could have said that is the other two digits in this sum to 10, so therefore neither of them is 5. So it's either 3, 7 or 4, 6, but it doesn't really matter which. Okay, I'm being asked where this is in box 4. So it's not in any of these cells, and it's not there either because this digit goes in one of those two. So this digit always goes there, is Carl's point. So these are the same 1, 2. I see Chef was making the same point as Carl, that these two were the same. Yes, this is this digit is the 1, 2 that goes in this cage. I agree. This needs to have green circle in it. That's true. So one of these is the green circle, for whatever that is worth. It's being claimed this can't be a 6-7 pair. Oh, right, it's not in row 4. We actually know where it is. Right, okay, so we have to sort of follow ourselves on a journey. If I look into this cage, which needs a green 1, 2, it goes into one of these cells. But this cage also needs a green 1, 2, which goes into one of these cells, which means it goes exactly there. So this is the green 1, 2. So one of these is the green 1, 2. Row 7, column 8. And row 7, column 9. Some people say it equals 5. Some people say it equals 4. Can someone give me that it's a 3? I would like a 3, just for completeness sake. But I suspect, actually, we can figure out what the sum of these two is. So 90 minus 15 is 75. Actually, let's do this the lazier way. 90 minus 45 is 45. Minus 34 is 11. So these two sum to 11. So these two sum to 4. So they are a 1, 3 pair. These two sum to 11 without using a 1 or a 3. So it's not 1, 10 or 3, 8. So it's either 5, 6 or 2, 9. Oh, it's not 5, 6 either. So these are not 5, 6. And they're not 3, 8. So they're 4, 7 or 2, 9. I guess I don't know which one. But I do know that this is a 2 for what it's worth. Because it's looked at by a 1, 3 pair. So we can let Zach do the dance. Boop-a-doo. Woohoo! Ba-da-waha! Ba-da-wee-hee! Ba-da-wahoo! Ba-da-waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated, as always. So these two need to sum to 11. So they need to be 4, 7 because they sum to 11, right? I think these do have to be 2, 9 because I think these are 4, 7. What else are they going to be? Oh, they could be 6, 5. Never mind. They could be 6, 5. Yeah, okay. So yeah, these are one of the ways, and these are the other way, or one of the other ways. Who knows? That's not a 2. I know that much. These aren't 2. So now these need a 1, or they sum to too much. So now there's a 1 over here somewhere. Agree, Palfly. I just spotted that, so this is not a 2. I feel like Zach feels wet. He must have gone swimming while he was waiting for us to get the digit. Okay. 6 must be in purple in box 9. Don't understand why that should be the case. Just yet. So this is 2 digits that sum to 12 with a 5. So it's either 4, 8, or 3, 9. Those are the 2 possibilities for what these are. 4, 8, or 3, 9. Okay, so the point... No. These 2 sum to 11. Got it. Okay, so the point is, these sum to 11, and they're not 5, 6. So the 6 in the box has to go in one of these cells. And then the 6 goes with 2 digits that sum to 11 that aren't... Yes, so the 6... So the point is, there's not a 5 in here, and there's not a 5 in here either. So that's the only spot for a 5. Thank God. Okay. So that's a 5, and that's a 4, and that's an 8. Uh-oh, I already broke it. I already broke it. What did I do? But didn't we just prove that there's no 5 in any of these cells? Doesn't that place the 5 here? Where else am I putting the 5? Oh, because the sum isn't 12. Jaleb has correctly identified the sum is not 12. The sum is 13. So I need a way to sum to 7. No. Purple is 17. So this is a 5. Oh, I made yellow sum to the wrong thing. Right. These need to sum to 13, so that's a 6. Okay. The 5 part was right. Okay. So that's a 4, and that's a 9. That's a 7, and that's a 7, and that's a 6. And so all of these are 6. So these are 6 and 9. These sum to 15, so that's an 8. So that's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's a 9. And that's a 9 as well. So that's a 6, just by magic. And we can get rid of all of these. That I know is an 8, actually, if I follow through. Okay. So we've got all of that. So these are whatever's left, the 2, 9, and the 4, 7 in some order. They're not 1 or 3. These 2 sum to 9. Those aren't 9. It's not a 4. Right. These two sum to 5 is the point. Because remember from long ago, I got rid of the orange circle, but the orange circle was there to tell me that these two summed to that. So these are 1, 4. So these aren't 4, 7. They are 2, 9. These aren't 2, 9. They are 4, 7. So these are just a triple now, which does not include a 1 or a 2. So these are 3, 5, 7. And these are not 3, 5, or 7. So that gives me a 1, 2 pair in this column, which seems to make this a 3. Which means these need to sum to 14. I feel like a lot of chat was trying to convince me this digit had to be 1 or 2 for a long time. And it turned out to be a 3, I think. If I understand how this puzzle worked out. This digit's got to be a 5 or a 7 by the column. These are known. They're not 1 or 4, and they're not 7 or 8. So we've got all of that. These two need to sum to 9. So this can't be a 1 anymore. And they can't be 3, 5, because that's a 3 or a 5. So in fact, that's a 7 and that's a 2. Which makes that a 5. A 1, an 8, and a 3. It makes green circle a 2. I always love that when you get a cell that's pencil marked 3, 5, and it tells you that these can't be 3, 5. 3, 5 doesn't sum to 9. I screwed that up. My 9 sum, of course, was never going to be 3, 5. Don't listen to me. But this still can't be 8, because that can't be 1. So it actually what my conclusion was correct, but my logic was completely flawed. Because I was arguing that we couldn't do that. But, you know, other than that. Okay, so my conclusion was right. So none of these are 2. That is not a 3. This is a 1, 3, 4, or 5 to finish the box, and it's not a 3. These digits are stuff. 1, 2, 4, 5. Sure. These aren't 2 either anymore, so that now is the 2. That's a 2 as well for this whole area. Let's see, these aren't 5 or 6. That's not 7. Okay. These sum to 8 is being pointed out, and they don't have a 3 in them, so they also don't have a 4 in them. Thank you, Math Pesto. So that is a 2, and that's 4. This is no longer a 4, which has made this a 1, because they have a 1, 5 pair there looking across, making that a 5 and a 1 and a 5. These aren't 1 anymore. These aren't 5 anymore. And if there's no 5 in my 17 cage, then it's not 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. It's 1, 2, 4, 7. Well, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. So this is not a 6. That's not a 6. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. These aren't 5. That's not a 1. These aren't 1 anymore. So that is a 1. That is not a 1. So that's a 1. These are known. So they're not 3, 4, or 7. So that is an 8 and a 6. And now this cage had better be green, because 6 plus 8 is already more than yellow. But given that it is green, that makes that a 1, which makes that a 3 and a 1 over there. These two cells, if I fill them in, are from these. So there's definitely a 9 in here. If there's a 9 in this cage, it can't be yellow, because the minimum of this would be 19. So this is also a green cage. And it's got to be 9 with a 1, a 2, and a 3. So that's got to be the 9, that's got to be the 1, that's got to be the 3, and that's got to be the 2 in order to make that work. So that's 9 and 2. That is no longer 3. I can sort of fill in this smattering of cells with options. Let's see, that's a 4 and a 1, which makes that a 3. That's not a 4. That's not a 3. These need to sum to 10, if I recall correctly. So they have to be 4, 6. So that is a 3 and a 4. Hopefully that makes this sum to 17, and it does. Unique rectangle on that cell. No 6 goes here. No 4 goes here. I have a... Oh, no, not quite a 5, 7, 8 triple. Row 6 now and row 4 have just pairs remaining. Making that a 7. Oops. Making that a 7 and that a 9. And this a 4. And this an 8. 4 plus 8 is 12. Plus 5 is 17. Making that 4 and 7. And that's 7 and 5 and 4. 9 and 7. 5 and 8 and 3 and 9. 5 and 3. And 7. 8 and 5. 6 and 4. 6 and 8. And our bet tree is a 3. So once again, congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. And I do think we did a pretty good job at picking a betting tree blind in the puzzle, that we were able to not super conspicuously fill in at the end. That was a very cool puzzle. I liked that a lot. It got a little tricky with how much algebra you had to keep track of here in the middle, but I really loved the whole beginning part, and then it sort of resolved after that without too much pain. It would have been much easier if I had a sheet of paper in front of me to sort of keep track of. But neat puzzle, starwarigami. It's been a little bit since I've done a starwarigami puzzle, so nice to do one again. All right. I think with that, I'm going to end stream here for today. Thank you very much to everyone for showing up. Thank you to everyone who made anniversary puzzles for Tristan and I. It was very sweet. I enjoyed doing all of them. And thank you to everyone who supports the stream. It has been a huge bonus to Tristan and I's life, so we greatly appreciate all of you who support us. If you would like to do something simple to support us, you can click the like button down below if you have not done so. And if you'd like to support the stream financially, you can do that either by clicking the Ko-fi link to make a one-time donation, or you can go and click the join button down below and you can become a YouTube member, get the nice green screen name and the Zach emotes, and you can do that for as little as $5 a month if you are interested. We greatly appreciate all of you who do that. Thank you so much. It really means a ton to us that so many people do that. You can also support on Patreon if you do. A lot of people I know support on Patreon. If you prefer that, that works just as well for us. Thank you so much to everyone. I will, as I said, see you on Wednesday. I won't see you on Friday, but then I'll see you again on Sunday, I hope. So with that, I should also thank the people who support at the top level. So those are our turbines: David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, and Danita. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all for the anniversary wishes. Greatly appreciated. I look forward to seeing you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. I even remembered to pre-look for where the ending button was so I could hit it right away, but then I bragged about it, so I didn't hit it right away. But I knew where it was. It was here.